Good evening, friends. How are you doing? Hope it's going well. We're playing Monster Train. That's just what we do it these days. There we go. I know there's something I was forgetting to press. Alright. We're jumping in. We're gonna do random, unless people have requests. Because that's the kind of person we are. What exciting things will we see today? How you doing, Joe? Good to see you, August. I feel like we've played a lot of Banish recently, but that's fine. That's the nature of random. Of note, this is the new patch. It didn't change, like, a ton of things. There were some adjustments. A couple things got a little bit of extra stats. Like Talos got a little bit higher starting stats, which is fine. That was fairly expected. And what else happened? Zone of Silence went up to 3 cost, which is not surprising. I still kind of just want it to be reworked or removed altogether, but making it more onerous to use, I think, is correct. A couple of the lower, not that one, moral, there we go. A couple of the more awkward starting banner units got a bit of stat increases, like Moral Mistress went from 5 attack to 15, since if you start with her as your starting banner unit, she often did nothing for you. Being 515 was a terrible stat line, and it's very easy to have no consume cards in your starting deck, which would just make her ability essentially worthless. I think Miser going to 8-8, and what was the other one that was notable? There's like 2 others. Pincushion was the other one I was thinking of. It went from like a 6-6 at base to 12-12 at base. Just, again, making them a little bit better if you random into them at the beginning of a run. Well, I'm going to tell you right now we're taking Blood of the Apex. We don't have any equipment, but just getting that right off the bat is pretty exciting. And we don't have erratic assistance, otherwise Radiant Arms could be kind of cute. I mean, again, we just don't have equipment in general, but especially the erratic assistance work well with it. Okay, so, what do we actually want? I mean, I do like the shift melee weakness. It is pretty strong, and I'm pretty confident it's her best path. I mean, like, all of her paths are okay. Battle Cleric I might take right now, because it does work pretty well with, like, Firebrand. But we already have a pretty decent, like, deck for Firebrand between the divinities and, like, the pseudosciences. Not to mention Mix can do a lot. I might want Celestial Radiance. Yeah, we're probably going to the Merchant of Arms right here. Whatever. We'll just take Battle Cleric. It's fine. Okay, so we're just going to put these down. We are going to leak one of the starting enemies, and unless we are able to kill them with Mix, which we are not. Yeah, because if we'd gotten any of the secret ingredients, we could have tried to get the unstable infusion and then just killed them with that. So I kind of want the divinity. I definitely want to do this instead. Unfortunately, not what I was hoping for. Well, give me spikes. Give me spikes. Alas, I was really hoping. I wanted the blue infusion or spikes. I did not need 4 stacks of lifesteal. I'm like, the lifesteal is vaguely helpful, but it's not at all what I needed. I just wanted to get the collector. Well, sadly, wasn't meant to be. Yeah. Alright, well, we have the spikes now, which is what I wanted. Because now we do kill everything. Well, I mean, this is pretty set. Like, these guys just crash upon my wall of spikes. And, you know, our dude just gets stronger and stronger, stacking up his valor. Living his best life. Why not? Have some rage. Yeah, anyways, other than missing the collector, it was a pretty decent start. We did take some damage, but so be it. If we had been just a little luckier. God, and they changed this to be down here now. I really dislike that. I mean, it's probably just I gotta get used to it, but I think this is way less visible than having it up top. I don't like that. Anyways, that's gonna take some getting used to. So, cleave is good, though if we're trying to do Blood of the Apex, that is not gonna help, because the cleave would be killing enemies before we can kill them. Not that that's, like, the worst thing. Self-sacrifice is not bad. I'm not sure that I need it here, though. I should probably take the cleave, especially because I have Time Father, so I can permafrost it if I really need to. Alright, we'll take it. So I could take Sanguine Assistant just so I have some equipment for Blood of the Apex. I don't really want to do that. Explosive Reaction is fine. I don't know. So I kind of want the Lazarus banner. Namely looking for Test Subject Alpha just because it's like the ideal unit for Blood of the Apex right now. Again, we don't have any equipment, but that would be good. Alternatively, we go for Merchant of Steel and we look for like Multi-Strike or Dualism. Yeah, I'm just gonna do this. Ooh, Death's Dancer is really cool, but we also basically don't do any shifting. I'll still take it, though. It's a cool unit. Yeah, I mean, I'll do this, I guess. I don't have, like, the best setup. We should be fine for Ring 2, but, like, I do have lacking capabilities. And then you go there, and that's our setup for the moment. So, like, I can trigger this every once in a while with Talos. I feel like I should be doing the secret ingredients. Alright, well, we're doing this. I don't totally want to kill all these guys without letting them attack into the Firebrand, but I also really would like to get the Collector. Hello, Glacier. How you doing? Okay, so we do get the kill here. I wasn't sure that we would. I was hoping to get, another secret ingredient so I had to look for Rooted, since I wasn't sure that we were going to be able to kill this guy, but it worked out. I guess I'll freeze the cleave. How you doing, Glacier? I don't really need the lifesteal, but fair enough. Doing good? Sorry to make you ask twice. No, you're fine. I just couldn't remember if I'd asked, and I tried to make sure that I am being attentive to you guys because I do really appreciate you being here. And so I feel like asking after you guys is the least I can do, and I just couldn't remember if I'd said the words, so I wanted to make sure that I had. Well, we want that Eagle Heart, even if it comes with a calcified Ember. I'm not going to stop complaining about it. I do really find this annoying being down here now. They were trying to make it more visible, but I don't think they really helped with that. Anyways, Jank introductions, the jankening, yeah. How you doing, Prototype? So, I think we're taking Twisted Assistant here because Trample is good, especially with Blood of the Apex. A little annoying that we'd have to be using Graft for that, but that's fine. I wonder if full border would be better than just a banner, but the glow is new, correct? Yeah, the glow is new, and yes, people have suggested a full border, which I imagine is probably not off the table. It's just that something like this is probably easier to implement quickly, but I don't know. Yeah, we're going here. Although again, like looking for a Lazarus unit could be good. Do not want. It's like Bloodthirsty Blade is cute, especially with Blood of the Apex, but it's not totally what I wanted. I was promised Capricious Reflections. You were not, Fury. Doing well. Looking forward to some winning runs tonight. Me too, Prototype. Me too. Alright, I'm going to take this. Maybe. Because the other option is I take Steward's Quarters here, which then makes it possible to fit another 2-capacity unit. Which I also like the idea of. I guess let's look at this first. No, I'm not giving that up. This is fine. Okay, like, for the moment, Steward's Quarters doesn't really do anything for me. But, in the future, it's not terrible. I do think we're probably going to be relying mostly on Twisted Bag. I don't think the patch does what you wanted, but does it make you want to play Monster Hunter 1 Clans yet? No. I mean, like, I'll play them eventually, even if they don't get substantial updates. But no, I want much larger updates than what they got. Like, there's a couple sort of adjustment. Like, they did a number of numbers adjustments to the Monster Hunter 1 Clans, but they haven't added rooms or equipment yet, and the cards that I would like to see get changed didn't really get changed, other than Demon Fiend has Trample, which is still boring as fuck. Like, he's a big block of stats, now he has Trample. Trample's a strong keyword. Honestly, I don't think they should have given it to him. I think they should just rework it to be something totally different. Like, there's a lot of design space for that. Torch is 3 damage. Yeah, that happened a while ago. That happened before release. Yeah, and if I don't set up Steward Quarters right now, we're not getting another Merchant of Arms for quite a while. I don't think I really want to do Steward Quarters, but I also don't think Bloodthirsty Blade is going to do, like, anything for me. Unless I happen to get, like, Test Subject Alpha. But there's not... Like, there's no more banners as far as I'm aware. So I don't think that's really feasible. I'm going to do this. I don't know if it's really necessary, especially because at the moment I don't have another unit that I can fit unless we draw, like, a Spear Steward on turn 1, which unlikely to happen, but nonetheless. I can understand them wanting to preserve a unit identity. There were some people complaining about how StarCraft 2 Reaver has ammo ammunition, which made them not a good fit for StarCraft 2 PvE. Sentiment which I disagreed with. Yeah, I understand that sentiment, but also I think the identity of fucking boring doesn't do anything is not an identity worth preserving anyways. Like, it just isn't. I do want to play with the Calcified Ember, but we're going to do this first. And we're going to not move Talos yet. So that would be 9 and then another 18. So you die without intervention. Yeah, I don't totally know why I did it that way, but that's fine. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know here. Anyways, we take a little pyro damage, it's fine. Yeah, so that Steward is actually fairly strong right now. I actually should have put him closer to the front, maybe. Alright, just in the... Nah, we'll just take the pyro damage. I was thinking that I could use the Pseudoscience hoping for the reanimate here, in which case he'd survive, but I don't want him taking the kills. We're just gonna let this happen. Like, I can afford taking some damage. That's not that big a deal. I'll just freeze those, I guess. And then he tramples over, and we start stacking up some power on the Twisted Back. I don't really care about this. Let's just make a different infusion. Yes. Well, he's bleeding me out a little bit. Doesn't matter. We came in with nearly full health, so I'm not too worried about the situation. We're just gonna let our big, beautiful Firebrand stack up. We're definitely playing this out. Yeah, like, we should be pretty strong in the grand scheme of things. I'm not gonna math to figure out who gets the kill. It's a good likelihood that Firebrand gets the kill. Yeah, unsurprising. There we go. Okay. Electricity Chamber is sort of interesting, but not really what we're doing here. Tome of Horrors is a no. It's a very good card, though. I will take a Blood-Soaked Arena, though I think it's unnecessary. Sword Maiden I like, especially in Lazarus. Not going to worry about. Plague Doctor, it's a very good unit that we're not going to worry about. Could be cute once we are stacking up some power, though. But I think we're fine with the Firebrand. So, that's that. Yeah, we want the draw for now. Like, extra Ember is nice, but drawing helps us hit the graft unit faster, which is what we mostly care about. Alright, so it was either going to be multi-strike or Titan Knight that we wanted here. So I'll take the multi-strike. It's a little questionable, but Shield of Wing is also cute, but we can't mix it with the trample equipment, and I think I care more about the trample than I do anything else, so that's that. I mean, Cursed Twinblade isn't bad, necessarily. I should maybe still take that. I don't think we really need it, but, like, I could easily put it on, like, a Death Dancer. Even if I'm not using the Death Dancer particularly well. I don't know. I don't know. It's fine. I'll take it. I don't think that's super necessary, but that's what we're doing. Alright, Battle Cleric. I think we're actually shifting to Celestial Radiance now. Like, the extra Valor is nice, but especially with Trample, being able to melee weakness enemies is pretty good. So we'll do that, and I'm not too, like, worried about Talos' stats at this point. Okay. And I would like to thin my deck so I can hit the Twisted Assistant faster. It's maybe a little dangerous not to be setting up top floor, or it's a bottom floor, versus Corrin, but we're still gonna do it this way because it gives me a little more time to set up. And that is vaguely important to me. I don't want the damage shields. I wanted more rage. Okay, but the Twisted Back gives him a big boost of power. Okay. Well, hopefully we get the blue. Yeah. So we do deprive our... We do deprive the equipment of a couple kills, but I get the Collector, and I want the Collector, so this is what we do. Well, I don't actually need those, even though it would be nice by the Eagle Heart. But here we are! We're just going to do this. We don't need the melee weakness, but we just want to keep getting the attack bonus from the Death's Dancer. I should have used the first one so I could have fished for, like, reanimate, but I think we're probably overall fine. Although I do wish that I had drawn the Eagle Heart next turn or could still freeze it. But we'll see what happens. Yeah. I thought we'd still be okay. Like, they do pump out a lot of damage, but so long as they don't kill the Firebrand in a single hit, then everything's fine. Yeah, I mean, none of this really matters. So yeah, they all attack into him. He gets a bunch of revenge and then explodes all the enemies, which works out pretty well. I mean, Benediction is good. Another Eagle Heart's appealing, but I think we just want the Benediction. Yeah, we're gonna skip on those. They're good, they just don't do anything for me right now. Don't think I super care about the Merchant of Arms now. I think we're going here. I would like to go for the Merchant of Magic to make the Benediction more playable and to, like, remove Consume from the Eagle Heart. I think maybe that is better, because all I'd be going here for is to, like, give some stats to the Death Dancer and to dupe it, but I don't think that matters too much to me now. I think this is actually just more important. So I could either -2 this and look for remove consume, or I think we're just gonna do that here. Because then I can hold over, double stack that, which is a bit much, but it is nice. Because that does much better for my protection. So, Dominion's Eye would be kind of annoying for me. I don't think I really need the melee weakness on Strike now, though that is cool. Definitely don't need the Corruption on Strike. And this would be useful, kind of. I suppose I could do that. The problem is that if it... So... I could use that as a way to pull out the Twisted Assistant. The problem is that it would always pull it out at the back of the floor, so I'd need some way to kill it myself. Which, I do have the secret ingredients which can technically do that, but I'm not consistently good at it, and I think I am better served at this point just drawing into it. So... I'm just gonna skip. There are some very good upgrades there, but I don't think they're good for my current needs. These upgrades can feel bad when you don't have a card that already has max upgrades on it. I understand that sentiment. I kind of disagree, though. Obviously, it is better when you have something that's getting that as a free extra upgrade. That said, a lot of those upgrades are strong enough that it is totally worth taking it, even when you are not getting that, like, extra upgrade slot. And I think it's a bit of a pitfall and a fallacy to think that it's only worth it to take those when it is an extra slot. I think that should be treated as a bonus and not as, like, the default. Not all think you that. That's fair. But I've definitely seen that sentiment bandied about. And, like, obviously, yes, it feels better when you're getting extra value out of it, but I think it's plenty good as is. Do I think I can get away with top floor? Let's find out. I think we'll probably be okay. Okay, so we need you to die first. And then all we really care about is building up defense. And we are going to do this. I should probably remove the cleave, because overall it is not a thing I care tons about now. Oh, I did forget about the benediction. Well, I can't play it this turn, and I can't freeze it, so it is what it is. Okay, I have not given the Firebrand tons of valor yet. I do want that collector. Alright, we're gonna do this even though it's very unlikely, or at least fairly unlikely. Okay, that's what I wanted. I just want to be able to get the collector. That was the only way I could do it. Yes, keep building up strength, Firebrand, you beautiful creature. Okay, so... and then back to our regular programming of just trying to get reanimate. Because we have to survive a lot of hits from the boss. Like, a lot of hits. So you're going to lose your damage shields, but I can still build some up on Talos and like throw her up front after. So cooldown 2, you should have it up again in time. Yep, you don't even need to. That's fine. I could have done that first and then... what? Doesn't really matter. But I could have let him... I could have given melee weakness to the boss before I did the Eagle Heart. Whatever. Anyways, having a lot of units on this floor does mean that we're kind of stealing some of the slay triggers, but he still gets a fair bit of extra hits here. Death Metal Hymnus is cute, but not worth taking right now. It's just too much for me. If I had taken the... well, whatever. It's fine. Well, Faulty Body would have been welcome a while ago, but we're not living that life. We are just not going to take these at all. I don't think I care about Merchant of Arms now, but I still probably want to make a second Death's Dancer. I could also make the Blood-Soaked Arena deployable. So I think we're doing that. Like, the removals are definitely appealing, but so be it. Alright, so Death's Dancer number 2, even though it doesn't have any upgrades, but that's not the main point. I don't even really need it overall, but it's fine. It's just like, I have the capacity, I feel like I should probably be using it. Okay. Okay, look at us go. Now, do I want to set up on bottom floor? Maybe, kind of. I think we're setting up on mid, even though you'll be attacking into the spikes. But it gives me a slightly longer time to set up, which I think I need. And yeah, I know I don't have enough energy for the Blood-Soaked Arena yet. That was expected. Okay, so you're dead. Reanimate's good. Okay, it's like, I don't love some of the things happening here, but that's fine. Because now you're getting a fair bit of armor from the Valor. Unfortunately, we get Scourge cards. I did want to play the Benediction, but I also didn't want to take the Scourge damage. Oh, I could have frozen it. Well, fine. Shouldn't be too big of an issue at this point, but yeah. We are pretty strong, because turns out Trample is very good. Especially when we're able to just stack an increasing amount of permanent damage on it. Oh, it doesn't show because the graft is severed at the moment. If we didn't have the trample equipment specifically, this definitely wouldn't be working as well. It would still be working well, though. It just wouldn't be as shenanigans. At least you can't combine the trample equipment with another equipment or put deployable on it since it's grafted. If you could, that would definitely make it even more ridiculous than it currently is. Alright, well. 800 attack. Times 2 trample. Kind of murders everything. Scrap for parts is interesting. Not really usable now. If I'd kept a Train Steward, I could have used it with like Intrinsic as a way to pull out the Twisted Assistant. But I'm not going to worry about that. I'm taking Ember. It makes my life a little easier, especially when I committed to a 3-cost holdover card. I don't think there's anything I strongly need here. I do want, like, remove consume for the Eagle Heart. It doesn't matter a ton. Yeah, not really necessary. The Inferno Room is cute and all that, but so be it. Could take the Holy Stone, not particularly worried about it. I guess I'll hold over that just because it's free for me to play. Inferno Room should silence, or should follow Silence Room and be 3 costs. Yeah, I don't totally disagree. Mostly, I just want them to be less generically good. That's what bothers me. Also, the Reanimate is gonna be okay for me. And we're gonna set up top floor because we can. The biggest kicker for my deck is really just finding the Twisted Assistant and getting him killed. There's a little bit of a concern of I don't have, like, great turn 1 defense either, but that's not too big of an issue. Especially if I continue thinning my deck, we'll be okay. Okay, so you're dead, and then we just keep stacking this up. And we've got our trample. No, you fuck. Well, I don't think I actually need the benediction anymore, so we're going to not do that. Also, the reanimate basically doesn't matter at all now that I have spikes, because that also helps shave that off. Well, sadly, didn't get a collector, but overall we should be fine. And again, the silent suits are a little annoying, but largely don't matter to us. They stop us from doing the revenge trigger, but that's not the end of the world. They also stop Talos from flying, which is annoying, but again, not that big a deal. Yes, look at us go. Stacking up beautiful, beautiful armor. And so much more. Alright, may as well freeze this just so I can keep the benediction in hand for next turn. Alright, we are taking a lot of damage, but it also doesn't matter. Because we have enough to take it. And we have some reanimate, so. And then when it's our turn to attack, we just kind of murder him. We didn't fully kill the front guy, but that's okay. Everlasting Light, I really enjoy. Would have taken it way earlier in this run. Doesn't matter. Yeah, Heroic Dive just seems unnecessary half the time. If it weren't a consume card, I'd use it more often. I don't know. Like, it's okay. I like it. I just basically never find a use for it in my decks. And then we already have Blood-Soaked Arena. Puffer Flash is another one that I would have considered taking earlier, but we got Trample instead. And then Reanimation Lab is a little weird, but hey. We're just going to go here for the removals. I don't actually need Wing Steel, and in fact is more likely to annoy me probably. Just because most of the time I'm not going to have energy to play what I want. I'll still take it though. I guess we take both of these. Inga's Beaker is okay as well. The Whetstone doesn't matter too much for me. It draws the Cursed Twin Blade, which I basically have never used. So it's not particularly important, but it's essentially free to do. And I don't have any gold, so it doesn't matter. Heroic Dive in the other one should be all damage to all enemies. Lots of situation just hits small enemy. Like Sweep arguably much better and isn't consume spell. You mean Cleave? I think it's fine as is. It can pump out a lot of damage, and more to the point, it is allowing you to overstack a floor, which is a powerful effect that shouldn't be underestimated. So I think it's okay as is. I don't think it needs to be hitting you know, the full enemy floor just to be valuable. Okay. Yeah, we are going to get Scourges, which I knew was going to be a possibility. I still wanted to set up on mid-floor, so I had a moment to get the trample before dealing with these guys. So we're just going to have to eat the Scourges, sadly, which is not great. Well... Oh, I still have enough energy for that. I thought I had to choose between one or the other. Never mind. This turn I will have to because we get 2 of them. But, so be it. Stupid shards. I mean, it's not a big deal if I take their damage. It's not a lot. We are starting to get a fair bit of valor. Oh, I meant to freeze the benediction. Whoops. Well, that was a decent eagle heart. Although it would have been better if we had also been able to trigger Talos' shift ability, which we didn't. Yeah, it's not that big a deal if you die. I was hoping to get, like, reanimate so I could save you. I could have done one more mix looking for... Well, either lifesteal or damage shield would have saved you. So I could have saved if I really needed to, but... Realistically, at this point, we just need to keep the Firebrand alive, and we've won. Yeah, we take a little bit of damage. That's fine. Or Death Dancer dies, oh well. We have a lot of corruption. Ugh. Hate these guys. Okay, I will freeze those. Okay, so you survive thanks to the reanimate. And here we go. Almost at 1500 attack. And you don't have a chance to die because we're killing in a single round of combat. Because that's just how we are. Alright, look at us go. Kablam! How thrilling. Yeah, turns out this deck has worked out pretty well. And thus, it's time to fight the Titans. We are going to take a fair bit of pyre damage. Oh well, so be it. That happens. Who cares? I would love to set up bottom floor, but we're going to set up mid floor for multiple reasons. Could also maybe do top floor, but we're going to try mid floor. You will take a fair bit of damage turn 1, but you should be okay. So. So you're dead. You also have a lot of attack now because we've funneled basically every kill in the run onto you. It's almost like that was the whole game plan. Okay, we're going to greed a little bit, and rather than going for the defensive infusion on you, we're going to do that. Yep, we'll just start setting that up now. Although it would be nice to do some mixes so that we could kill the minion faster. Sure, we'll just freeze that. Yeah, you have a fair bit of corruption, but you're also getting a bunch of armor, so... We'll just kill these guys before they have a chance to attack. It does deprive me of a little bit of valor, but not in, like, any meaningful way. I was hoping for the purple infusion there so I could work on Dominion. Because it allows me to both sap him and melee weakness him, which is what we want. Yeah, I'll wait a turn. It's only Dominion left, so I don't really need to worry about any other enemies. Okay, so let's hit you, and then you're almost dead. I take a little bit of damage, that's fine. And thus, we should win now. Although we're gonna do this just for my own enjoyment first. There we go. And thus we win on turn 7. Like, even if we're speeding up the kill, we basically just win a turn faster. It's not that big a deal. Anyways, that was a run. It was pretty simple. It was fun nonetheless, but yeah, it turns out getting trample basically right off the bat with Blood of the Apex is quite a thing. Because, yeah, so the equipment is giving 415 attack on its own. Which is a lot. Alright. Well, new run. Let's see what we get. And then it's banished again. I do like banished. I just want to be playing not only Talos. Anyways, we have Battle Dancer, which I still need to master, because the time that I used it wasn't in a normal run. Lava Armor is fine. Divinity is pretty decent. Not quite 415, but the streak is getting up there. Well, I appreciate you being here for the streak regardless, Prototype. Truly. Like, I know I say this a lot, but, like, I cannot stress enough how much it does mean to me that you guys like to be here night after night after night. Anyways, that aside, I don't love Purified Soul Shard, but I think we are taking that. It makes playing out the whelps a lot easier. It means that I basically don't have to remove the shield stewards ever unless I have capacity problems. It makes it easier to play out divinity whenever it shows up in my hand. And also, like, Prismatic Dragon Scale is unlikely to work since we do have the Vengeful Shards at the very least. Like, I can get some value out of it, but we're just going to take this. I don't know. We just did Battle Cleric. I'm going to do Enchantress, even though we don't have, like, the best things for that yet. But free stats is free stats. Who am I to complain? Oops, not what I meant to do. I meant to have the Battle Dancer in the front. Board the Fells, force to Talos. I mean, I do like Talos. I think she's overall kind of cool. I mean, I think she's got a great visual design. I think her mechanics are a little boring, but still fun to play. And Banish as a whole, I think, is a fun, if somewhat simple claim. Anyways, I wanted him in front just because the Valor is slightly higher. Might be wrong, but we're still doing it. Unfortunately, I would have loved to have drawn... we're definitely doing that, so we can at least get that. Unfortunately, the Titan skin does protect them. Yeah, anyways, I wanted the... What am I trying to say? I wanted the second Divinity on a different turn. That's what I'm trying to say. The problem is, I do want to move Talos. Then Talos has to take the hits here. Does that matter to me? Really wish I had a way to reposition the Shield Steward at the end. Yeah, that's better for me than the alternative, so here we are. Yeah, unfortunately these guys just kind of beat all the other things to death. Like, it's sort of okay because it means that we're not spending as much time with him getting the sap off. Okay. No need to take more damage, we just play out the shards and then ruin them. We were able to stack a fair bit of Valor with the divinities, and that does a lot of work here. I don't need another divinity. Might take the Wind Blade. Warbler is okay. I don't think I super care about Warbler, though. I also think Windblade is sort of underwhelming, but I might take that. Warbler seems nice since it's unlikely to get upgrades, but I would prefer the Windblade. Yeah, I did forget about the minus cost to it, even though it's, you know, showing 0 on screen right now. I think we're taking the Windblade just because it gives me a little bit more ability to proc the Valor gain here, which is worth it. Also, Powerball went up by 5 damage, which is kind of nice. Lava Flow's fine. I might take this Pyre Ball. Yeah, I'll take a Pyre Ball. So, I think we're going here. Merchant of Magic is good, particularly if it allows us to make the divinities more playable, because they're like the best card we've got right now. They're already sort of okay for us since the Soul Shard is doing a lot of work in allowing us to just like play out the Whelps and the Spear Stewards. And so we can play those out, still empty our hand, and play the Divinity in the same turn, which is nice. Side note, I just like the art on Divinity. I just think it's a nice looking card. Of all of the artists that worked on this game, I think Genevieve Vega is my favorite. Anyways. I think we're going here. Dualism is okay. We get Death Dancer again. Firebrand is also pretty solid with Talos. I think we're taking Death Dancer, though. Do I want to do that? I kind of want to do that. I don't think I really want to do that, though. Might do that. It's not the most impressive, but it does pay itself off fairly quickly. Okay, I'll do it. I don't love it, but it is fine. The spikes are a concern, because it does mean that the Death Dancer is likely gonna die before I get to, like, buff her. But we'll see what we can do. With the Avarice proc off the Whelp's ability, yes, it would. And that is an intriguing prospect and one that I had considered. But ultimately chose not to do. Of course, now we don't get that. So we're going to do this so that you can just be giving buffs every turn. We're going to be generating the last Valor, but on the other hand, it's fine. Sadly, didn't get the Collector. Oh well. Maybe should have done that here to kill you, but hey. Very cool. Do not have Monster Train 2 yet, but I'm taking notes for when I do. Yeah. It works particularly well with, Lady Gilda has... One of her paths gives Avarice on Enchant, so you can use that with her starter card, the Whelp, to play them on her floor, then explode to just get a bunch of money. Even if it's not doing a ton of damage to enemies, it's a cute way to utilize everything. Yeah, didn't really need to do that, but hey. Again, unfortunately, the Death Dancer is going to die, I think. You're definitely gonna die, but that's fine. So I might swap this. You've got a little bit more HP. Because I could also do this, but I don't think it's worth it. I think we'll do that. We get one less proc of your shift ability, but you do survive a little better. So I run today where they had 10k plus of gold. They're making a point of tons of gold. Yeah, there are ways to do that. Alright, so with the extra HP, and maybe even without the extra HP, they survive, and we get the Celebrate proc, which is cute. Okay, well, now we have choices to make. So I want the Shield of Wing, particularly since Talos is giving a bunch of extra HP. Like, that's just what she does. She gives a little bit of attack. She gives a lot of HP. And so by the end of the run, our dudes will have, like, 80 to 90, even if I don't give them, like, a large stone. So that's pretty decent. Moving the calcified ember notifications to the bottom is a choice. I don't like it. Like, that was definitely a suggestion that a number of people had made, so I know this was in direct response to what people had asked for. I think this is way less visible and annoying. I much preferred it over top. And if they wanted to make it more visible, they need to, like, have a border along the side of the card instead, which would kind of annoy me visually, but would at least be visible. But I'm also a person who really hates, like, visual clutter. Like, I've complained multiple times about this being here, because it doesn't fucking matter. There's no reason that I need that warning. If I know about it, then I already know about it, and if I don't know about it, right-clicking on it doesn't tell me anything about this. Like, it doesn't give me any more info about the card, really, than just hovering over the card, because I still get the tooltips. Yes, it gives me the lore, but you can also get that in other ways, like going to the logbook. Really does not need to be there. At least it no longer flickers when you, like, mouse over it, and it's just there permanently. Anyways, I just like the calcified ember being here. Much preferred over top, but it is what it is. So, anyways, ranting and complaining aside, the other options, we take the Rising Rage, which is pretty solid for us because it allows us to proc our shift triggers more since we can actually be moving things around. I can also overstack a floor if I want, which is also not bad. Which I think is probably what we're going to do, though I need to be better at shift control if I'm relying on Valor to protect myself, which I kind of am. Yeah, fine, we'll take it. I think that's overall better for us. We're skipping these. I do get the calcified ember. We're definitely going here. We're looking for, like, intrinsic and spell chain. Okay, that's fine. Not exactly what I had in mind. Also, I would have taken the -2 and the remove consume if they had shown up in the opposite order. They didn't. Well, this would have been cute, but we're going to graft a wind blade to you. One gold, yep. Button makes it look like a button, which my brain ignores, at least for when it hits the rightmost choice. Yes, I agree that it looks like a button. Okay, well, this is pretty cute. Honestly, probably should have put the wind blade on the other dude. Thought the last digit of gold always ended up 0 or 5. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you. Alright, so we are playing you. Whoops. That is not the floor I meant to put that on. I meant to put those on top floor. There we go. Okay, so. And actually, I do think we want you there. You're going there. You're there. Oh, actually, I don't need Talos there. Bear with me. We'll eventually get it right. Also, at some point, I should probably swap my train rooms. Because I know we've unlocked a couple. The problem is, I don't care for the Lazarus one. And I think the only other one I've unlocked is the Monster Train 1 room. Which is fine. We should probably use that one. Okay. Anyways, we proc some things. It's pretty good. We're going to give you even more stuff. We'll explode you to kill a dude. And that can go there. And because this is on holdover, we'll just go ahead and do that. We are going to take damage from him pyre hunting me. Oh well, it's not a big deal. If I really want to, I can just keep ascending him. Which I might do. It's either that or I ascend the Shield Steward. Which I also kind of want to do. Yeah, I guess I'm going to do neither of those since now I don't actually need to. Okay, so here's what we're doing. We're doing that, and then we're doing this so we can get you up front so you can get your armor, since that is vaguely important to me. We'll put you there, I guess. That's fine. Take 1 damage. Not a big deal. We are on Proto Heart Cage, which just has higher stats as its ability, so we're taking less damage overall anyways. I'm going to do this. You are going to die, but that's fine. I'm actually just going to explode you anyways, because it's functionally the same. But I did that so we could still get a shift trigger here without having to move something else up front, since I did want the Battle Dancer up front. Whatever. We'll just do it this way. You're gonna die. That's fine. Who cares? We're taking a little bit more pyre damage. It's not a big deal. Like, yeah, it would be nice if we weren't losing a bunch of HP on this fight, but sometimes you lose HP on a fight. Alright, we'll just ascend you now. It doesn't really matter either way. We definitely have enough to get the kill here. I guess technically I could have gone like 1 more Avarice proc by allowing that guy to ascend for a Battle Dancer to hit. Anyways, took 11 damage. It was a fair bit. We're still okay overall. Pyroclasm is good, but not really necessary to our needs. Technically useful against savagery, since we are going to be dealing with the sweepers. Lava armor is giving the extra gold. That's why the number was not a 0 or a 5. Lava armor doesn't give extra gold. It's a revenge trigger. It shouldn't be triggering the avarice at all. Soldier of Fortune we don't really need. Not at the moment. Though I could take it speculatively if we wanted to try to get, like, a... what am I trying to say? A Hymnist. Which I don't, like, totally hate that. Especially at this point, I might be willing to take the Warbler for the quick. Not the armor, the person who had the armor. Yes, the Battle Dancer does have Avarice 6. But that doesn't explain how it got where it got. I guess it... Whatever. It is what it is. Yeah, anyways. I'm basically just deciding, do I want the Pyroclasm or not? And I don't really want the Pyroclasm. Yeah, I realized that my very quick and not paying attention math was inaccurate. But yes, it does account for us having an odd number. Anyways, I don't really want to take the Pyroclasm because it's very expensive. On the other hand, none of my units really cost me anything, and the Rising Rage cost me nothing. And so I do have the Ember to spend on it, basically. Fine, we'll take it as a option. Sword Maiden is a no. I mean, like, we don't need these. We're already set in that regard. We're going to take... If I want to use the Pyroclasm, I have to take Ember, or I have to minus cost it. I'm going to take Ember because I also want more deployment Ember in the upcoming future. I really want the ability to dupe. That's what I want. Unfortunately, I'm only going to get 2 spots to do that. Well, we're going to go here. Alright, well, Enchantress 2 it is. We've got some decent stats on our units. Nothing, like, crazy, but decent. Should have looked at the store first. I could probably take a Fledgling here. I mean, it wasn't my plan, but on the other hand, if I am only going to get to dupe twice... Yeah... Because I also want to dupe the Rising Rage is the problem. Yeah, I'll take a Fledgling, I guess. It wasn't what I had originally wanted, but so be it. Fine. Well, not ideal to my desires, but it is what it is. Fuck Kel, by the way. Truly the worst. All my homies hate Kel. Oh, let's actually do this in the correct ordering. So you go down there. I need those on top floor, not mid floor. Mid floor is still sort of workable and is kind of better for Kel's corruption, but I do want them on top floor nonetheless. And then that goes there, that goes there, that goes there, and there we go. There's no reason not to play you here. Even though you are going to die to the corruption later. Because Kel is the worst of all worlds like that. Technically meant to have Talos there before I did that, but so be it. I could have also moved you up front and done the divinity to give you some armor, which is sort of appealing. I think we're just gonna do this now. Just so you have a little bit better armor going into the corruption later. I'm not, like, great at shifting yet, but so be it. Would have loved to play the Divinity, really wanted to do the other things, though, so here we are. And overall, like, my damage output is pretty okay. It's not insane by any means, but it's, like, pretty okay. We're gonna empower you, but whatever, so be it. Alright. Kel is almost on the stage. May as well blow up all of your buddies, I guess. Then you do actually survive to hit my pyre, which I was really hoping was not going to be the case, but here we are. So you are doing a fair bit of damage to whoever's up front. I guess I'll do that. So I kind of wanted to do other things, but fine. So I could move Kel to my floor now. But I think we're gonna wait. I think the fledgling is gonna die, but that's whatever. Oh, no, he doesn't. I do more damage than I thought I did. Yep, nope, I just do more damage than I thought. Alright, well, that worked out. And there's the Hymnist. Alright, I'll take a Hymnist, though I do wish that I had done... I do wish that I had taken Soldier of Fortune now. Cursed Dragonstaff I like, but we're not going to worry about. We're going to skip. Okay, we're going to do that. And... kind of just want to not give any upgrades to the Hymnist so he's easier to play. I might do that. I was really hoping for other things, namely multi-strike, but I'm going to just do the large stone here. That's pretty decent for me. Well, that's cute. Since I already have some equipment and you also have a grafted equipment. I kind of like that. But I do think Emote Tome is better for me. Yeah, it definitely is. If I'm trying to use the Rising Rage all the time, absolutely better for me. Also, in the Titan fight, I can copy the Pyrolite, which is useful. Well, I hate large mystery box. I gotta take it at some point, but I do hate it. I don't think I get good use out of the mystery box, or the small gift box. There is sort of a cheesy, weird world where I put the Rising Rage into it, so then I can use the Emote Tome to play out a second one of the boxes, which then gets me a second holdover Rising Rage for the rest of the fight, which is not bad. It does mean that I wouldn't have the intrinsic on this, but that's sort of doable. It's kind of cute. I don't think that matters to me, though. Thanks for the follow. I really appreciate it. We're just going to jam some units in and get rid of them. It matters a lot less because they already cost 0, but it still just cleans up some stuff for my deck, and I'm pretty okay with that. Okay. Well, so be it. So. That's reasonable. Perhaps should have moved these units slightly differently. But we're mostly going to be okay regardless. Yeah, we'll do that, and then we'll do that. Doesn't mean I don't get the Battle Dancer up front, which is kind of the one that I want up front because it generates the most armor, but this is not a big deal. For the moment, we're just going to be rotating as we do. Also, had I thought about it, I could have moved this Steward up there. I thought about that earlier. Didn't think about it when it was applicable, though. Not a big deal. Oh, let's do this in the right order. Yeah, Emote Tome. Turns out, quite good. Look at us go, just slaughtering all the enemies. Yeah, can't fit the Hymnist, but... Okay, I'm gonna throw this up there just to make space here so I can play that down. Oh, no, you die. Because you're all attacking into the spikes. Never mind. Well, I can do that. Which looks pretty silly, and it's not exactly what I wanted to do, but it is what will be done. Because I really do want him to survive so I can get the Celebrate bonus on him. And that basically means I need to have him up here. I don't really need to play the Pyroclasm, so we're just going to focus on not taking damage. But we should be in good shape. I have a big, beefy floor that's getting a bunch of attack every turn, thanks to the Death's Dancer and their own natural things. And we have 2 attacks each now. Turns out we're in good shape. Having the dual Rising Rage every turn is real good for us. And the Windblade on the Death's Dancer is pretty cool. Once I have more Death's Dancers, it will look even better. Well, there we go. We don't need to play the Divinity. We'll just not take damage and build up some armor. Yep. Unsurprisingly, everything's fine. And just for good measure, we'll explode his buddy. And then we'll commence the beatdown. Yeah, we, like, really quickly shred through his 20 reanimate. Okay. So both Everlasting Light and Tome of the Lost Path are cool here. I lean towards Everlasting Light, but Tome of the Lost Path is real nice. I guess I do have a Merchant of Magic here. And if I get, like, Spell Chain for that, that's also pretty good. The Pyre's attack just changed. Why is it 79? Great question. I don't think it just changed, but I wasn't paying attention if it did. It does change over the course of the run as you get the boss upgrades. But if it did just change during this fight, couldn't tell you. Unless, like, Celebrate Talos's ability is mistakenly proccing on it. Which, if it is, I didn't notice, but I could easily see that being the case. I don't think we need Everlasting Light, though I do like it quite a bit. We'll just take the Tome of the Lost Path, and then we'll skip this. And then we're going here. I don't really need holdover on something. Okay, so I'm probably not visiting another... Now it's 75. Yeah, it's probably just mistakenly seeing Talos buffing it. Which is very weird that that's the case. But yeah, don't know. If I were not on stream right now, I'd report it as a bug. But I will try to remember to do that later. Anyways... Oh, I could also just hold over one of these. Like, I could do that. Yeah, we're gonna do it. God, I'm just a tiny bit of gold short for what I want. Well, too bad. I would really like to minus cost this, but we're going to take the Spell Chain here because that matters more to me. And then I'm 5 gold short of getting that as well, which would have been real nice. But that's fine. Because we're making Death's Dancer number 2. The damage shield is annoying, but it's workable. I think we're still setting up top floor, even though it's going to pain me a little bit, but... So. Alright, we'll do it this way instead. So we're going to put you on this floor, and then 1, 2, 3. Then you can go there, and then Jack in the Box can die, and Talos will just chill here. Okay. Okay, well, they all have the ability to fly now. Oh, and I just have capacity open to do this. I was trying to figure out how I was going to get him on this floor. Turns out I don't need to. Don't need to get all tricksy sneaksy. And then we just fly, and fly, and fly. And we'll fly you up to the front as well. And then, yeah. I don't really need to play these. I still want to, though. Let's do that, even though I take the damage for this. Also, I could be using the Pyroclasm to blow up the morsels, but it is what it is. May as well use this to knock off some damage shields. Kale's gonna give more, which is the problem, but hey. But we are in largely good shape even with all this nonsense. Yeah, that's fine. We'll do it this way. I do miss out on one shift trigger, but for the most part, not a big deal to me. Like, yeah, they got damage shields, which does also block my Avarice, but I think that's okay. Like, we've almost killed Kale here. I get a lot of free power, and having the built-in Wind Blades means that the Death Dancers are also proccing their ability every turn anyways. It's just very satisfying, I gotta say. Always remember to do this in the right order. Alright, and then Kale should show his sniveling face this turn. I will get rid of that. Luckily, I don't have to take damage from, like, a Vengeful Shard this turn. Not that it would really matter, but it would just feel a little annoying to do that on the same turn. Technically, I probably could have moved you in a different spot and gotten your Avarice proc, but it's whatever. Would have been nice. Not really that important, though. I do get one proc, it's just I could have gone two. Anyways, yeah, that happened. We're pretty strong. I don't really need Blood-Soaked Arena. Sanctuary is nice, but not that important to me. We're just gonna skip. I don't really need the draw. I don't need the capacity. I'm just going to take the Ember so it's a little easier for me to do things, especially since I have a 4-cost holdover Pyroclasm. So, you know. Yeah, basically everything that I want to upgrade has an upgrade already. But I could use some removals there, which is not unwelcome. It's really just, do I want to get something from the Merchant of Arms? I've got 8 deploy Ember. And I'm using 4. So I could easily get, like, a room and deploy it. Or make, like, a Lava Armor deployable. I think that's fine. Even though the removals would probably be good. Honestly, Battle Cleric is pretty good. We're going to take Enchantress 3 just because we can. Shield of Wings, not bad. Hell Furnace is kind of cute when we do have the Lava Armor. I don't think that's a huge concern. Mind Cage doesn't matter, really. Technically, it's valuable with the Flight. I am not going to worry about it, though. But yeah, Shield of Wings okay. I don't know. I kind of want to take it. I don't think it's that necessary for me. But I still kind of want to do it. You know what? Let's take it. Could also do deployable Zone of Silence, which is probably the correct choice. Feels cheesy, but it does also feel correct. Oh, except I don't have enough to deploy it. Well, that was a mistake on my part. Yeah, because now I've just got expensive things. Well, mistakes were made. So be it. Should pay attention to my costs. Yeah, because I took the Zone of Silence to better deal with the amalgams. So I won't be able to use the Rising Rage very well. But that's okay. Oops. Okay, so. Oh, and I didn't play the bloated. Well, down here, not that big deal. And at this rate, I won't be able to get the Hymnus here either, but that's probably okay. Well, this is why we took the things that we did. And then you end up back in front, which is where we want you. Yeah, don't do as much damage as one would desire. Also, let's kill one of you so I can play you out. Well, we'll see how this goes. There's some healthy dancers. You're not wrong. Yeah, we did expect this to be a problem. Well, I'm gonna take some damage, probably, but it's not that big a deal. Okay, like, I'll take some damage, but I think that's fine. Because here's what we're going to do instead. We're going to shoot you, so you are going to die here. We'll just take the damage from these guys. Okay. So I can just blow those guys up with that. May as well put you in front. And then the boss should come out here, and so they don't have a chance to actually get to my pyre room. So I don't have to worry about that. And I don't actually need to shift, but we're going to shift. And then, just for good measure, you're dead, and yada yada yada. We don't need to do any of this. Because then they'd get spikes, which I don't think really matters, but... Oh, I never did put the hymnist down, so we missed out on the plus 20. I knew there was something I was forgetting about. Oh well. That's a shame, but not the end of the world. Whatever. Blood-soaked arena is cute. I maybe should take it. We're not going to. I do wish I hadn't messed up the deployable situation, but... yeah, we're gonna take Spirit Breaker's charge. Absolutely. I don't think Jack Strips matters to us. Radiant Arms is kind of cute, but mostly not important. I'll take it anyways. Not helpful. Chain of the Valkyrie is weird. Like, the regen on it basically doesn't matter. For Odie's Totem, do I care? Because that would put me up to... It would put me to 6 Deployment Ember instead of 8. Which I think is fine, because I missed the deployment upgrade. Yeah, that should be fine, and then again, just makes it a little easier for me to play out multiple things in a turn. None of this matters. I don't really care. My Jack in Box is 21 HP now. I'm going to get rid of this divinity, and I'm going to get rid of... I don't know, I probably don't need the Shield of Wing now. There's a lot of things I don't need. I'd meant to fuse the Shield of Wing and the Lava Armor and make deployable, and then I got distracted by the whole Zone of Silence situation, and didn't have gold for things either way. Mistakes were made, yada yada yada, here we are. And Death's Dancer number 3. And we're good enough. Here we are. Here we are. Okay. That's a lot of whelps. Let's put these on the right units. Yeah, so you don't get one, which is fine. Although if that's the case, I should have done this slightly differently. Probably not that big a deal. Oh, I should have done this in a different order, because I could have buffed the guys that were still down here first. I just totally spaced out that I had Spirit Breaker charge. Not a big deal. Could have also blocked one of them here. Not too worried about it. I bought Tainted Grail, wasn't expecting to scratch my Skyrim itch, but it does. Just see a dragon or two now. Yeah. Okay. Alright, we'll Zone of Silence them. Oh, yeah. So I forgot that I can't do that because I can't play out the Rising Rage to get you to move in the right spot. I was totally anticipating that, and I spaced out that that's just not an option. So, instead... yeah, whatever. We'll take the damage. This is why we wanted the Pyroclasm, but we haven't drawn it yet, so... well, we can keep him alive. And it's one of the last two cards. Oh, okay, yeah. Anyways, like, my dudes are surviving, but it would have been real nice to draw the card I had gotten for exactly this purpose at a reasonable time. Yeah, we'll leave the Rising Rage unplayed. That's fine. Unfortunately, I'm leaving the Hymnist unplayed again. Though I really would like to play him. Alright, I'm going to leave one of my abilities unused this turn. I guess we'll do it this way. Yeah, the problem is I still have to kill you. Well... yeah, whatever. We'll just do this. Not how I want to do it. I'm trying to get the Hymnist played out. So we can get the bonuses and also just contribute to my general game plan. That's fine. I probably should have ascended the sweepers here before doing the pyroclasm so I can blow them all up too. Whatever. It is what it is. Yes, look at my beautiful, delicious stats. Well, I do want to play out the Hymnist. But if I let you die, then you're not going to get the Celebrate bonus either. Alright, well, we'll bet on seeing that next turn, I guess. Even though that has other problems. Actually, I'm sorry, we're going to do this slightly differently. Just so I can kill the other sweeper this turn. It is unlikely that I draw the Hymnist next turn, but there is a possibility. So if I do this, then I can move you up, then explode them. And then there's a possibility that we get the Hymnist, so it's an increasingly small possibility since now I have 2 holdover cards. And so there's only 1. And it worked. Alright. I wasn't expecting that, but I'll take it. Never mind. We're not going to move my dudes because it ends up with one of them getting killed, and shouldn't do that. Or at least I shouldn't move them in front of the Battle Dancer, since that one has more defense than the others, thanks to all the Valor. So, you go there. Anyways. Again, I don't really need to be playing any of these abilities, but it makes me happy to do them nonetheless. So, there we go. Alright, now that I don't get my dudes killed. Ta-da! And thus, we'll fight the Titans. Look at us go. Okay. Also, Shield of Wing. Not doing that great for me, especially because I'm losing a bunch of HP before the Valor kicks in. And I don't have any way to heal it up. So it ends up doing a lot less damage than it looks like it should. So, we're just going to set up on top floor. I do think that's the best for me at the moment. We will body block against Savagery for a round. I also do want to play that out. Okay. Once again, I could and should have done this, but that's fine. I guess you have trample, so that doesn't help too much. Well. Alright, well, a decent first turn. Oh, I don't have enough capacity to play you out. Well, never mind. May as well explode some of those guys, even though we're not killing you. And then I think we're going to greed by doing this. So we can avoid the fire damage he does and get some damage on him. Even though it does sync him up with enemy waves now. But that's not the worst thing in the world. Okay, we are going to take some fire damage now. I might be able to stop it if I do that. I don't think I super care about that. But I would be able to give a damage shield, which would stop you from trampling. So you block the 21, and then you'd hit again and you would kill. I mean, I'll do it just to prevent a little bit of damage. It doesn't, like, matter. I'm gonna win the fight regardless, but I will do it just for the sake of it. And then we're gonna watch all those beautiful stats go up. Okay, well. Yeah, except now I'm not killing you guys. I mean, I do take less damage by allowing you to the Pyre Room than doing that. So it's not like that big a deal. I don't know. Whatever. We'll let it happen. We're so close to being able to kill them all. But I will let that happen, which also gets a second Pyre Light, which is something. Okay, so we're going to ascend you. Sadly, we don't actually use our Hymnist, but come on. I was excited for our Hymnist, but we actually haven't used him in most of the battles. I'm going to play him down just for the sake of getting him the Celebrate buff, just because that makes me happy. We don't need that. I would have played the Pyroclasm if I wasn't playing him out just for the sake of it. And we get the kill here, and everything's fine. If I wanted to, I could have taken less Pyre damage by Pyroclasming here and then doing the Pyre Light, since then the minion wouldn't have gotten that last attack in. It's whatever. It's whatever. Anyways, that was a fight. That was pretty simple. Our team was pretty strong. Turns out you can still do shift things even when you don't have Fell's starter card, and some of the shift strategies are pretty powerful. Particularly Death's Dancer. Like, it's quite good. You need defense when playing it, because it doesn't have Valor buildup, and it's pretty, like, low HP to begin with. But there are a lot of, like, defensive options. In Banished, we didn't really use most of them, since I was just stacking raw HP anyways, and I was making up for the sweep units with the Pyroclasm, which worked out. It was very expensive, but, you know, it did its job. That's what we needed it for. Anyways, there we go. How exciting. And thus, another random run is what we do. For the first time in a while, we have Grail and Winged Spirit. A pyre that I routinely forget about. Also looks like Twitch is having connection problems. Okay, I think it's fine now. Yeah. Alright. Should be resolved in a moment, it looks like. Hey. Excuse me. Anyway, so we're up against Entropy. We got Savagery, we got Spikes. Serum is good. Miser is okay. Definitely better as a starting unit now that it has more than 3 attack. Fireball is alright. Yeah, we'll take Spirit Breaker's charge. I don't like Breath of Heaven, and I do like Spirit Breaker's charge. So I don't really want Learning Limb. Just be clear, I think I filled that out in the logbook, right? Yes, I did do rank 3. It's not, like, terrible. It's just that compared to the other two, it's kind of whatever. But we're going to do Devour, especially because I have Spirit Breaker's Charge, which does allow me to proc the bonus to power up other units as well. Like, it is just kind of nice. Though we do need some way to convert his high attack power into other things. Like, we need Trample, or we need Multi-Strike, or we need other things, yada yada yada. Here we are. Okay. Well, that works. I was hoping for... What am I trying to say? Great question. Just a whelp. That's all I was trying to say. So then I could blow them all up. But the Fireball works just fine. Anyways, so we gave this Reanimate, so then when we eat it with Grail, it still survives. And because he ate something and used his ability, he then gives +5 attack to everything else on the floor. Well, it's actually just everything on the floor. What are your basic stats? Gotcha. Starts at 10. That's why we're going. I thought he had a higher starting attack, and I thought for a moment that I wasn't getting either the charge bonus or the Devour bonus. Regardless, he gained 14 attack, he gave +5 attack to the others, and he can still eat this next turn to get the extra attack as well, which is pretty nice. But first, we're going to use you to explode everything, which again, buffs the whole team. I've got a lot of whelps. I'm actually just going to play this and that right now. But there's a good chance that we're able to blow up his minions with whelps instead of doing the Fireball right now. Yeah, Grail's got a lot of attack now. Yeah, and I can full heal him. We're gonna do this. I don't like totally do this, and I take a little bit of pyro damage. Also, unfortunately, I am wasting the Avarice from the Miser, but it's whatever. Because the Miser doesn't get to attack at this rate, which is a little sad. But it is what it is. I'm still going to eat you. I'm just going to play that out and that. And Grail barely took any damage, but here we are. Okay, we're not going to do anything to the Miser. Can do slightly more attacks, I guess. I guess a tiny bit of gold. Yeah. Unsurprisingly, he got one attack in. He barely got to attack all battle because I was just blowing up enemies. Regardless. And there's the Twisted Back. We've already won the run. Turns out Trample's pretty good. And particularly good with Grail. So. I mean, we can do multi-strike on the Miser, which is sort of unnecessary. And by sort of, I mean it is, but I'm still going to do it, just for the sake of it. Although what I should have done is not that. Anyways, that's what we're doing. I got a little carried away, but we're fine. Hothead is also not bad. Turns out I should have, like, looked at the options. I mean, it doesn't matter. We'll do this. I just need better defense for Grail is the main thing. And I need to thin my deck out so that I can get the Twisted Assistant as soon as possible. Come on, again. But the Hothead would have been good, especially if I had taken the Smidge Stone on it to reduce its capacity. Admittedly, probably should have. So, we're just going to put Miser on bottom floor this time to try to steal some gold. Because I think I'll be able to win the fight pretty cleanly without that. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. I forgot you guys had haste. Okay. Okay, so you're going to go first. Then we eat you. Then that comes out. We take a little bit of damage. Grail takes a fair bit of damage, but doesn't lose Reanimate. Okay, we're gonna heal now. Yeah, I've got more dudes in here. This way I get a bit of extra gold. Alright, we'll greed for it. I think we're still in okay shape. Yeah, I think we don't really need to eat the assistants. I think we just want them to block the rail. I think we're fine either way, but, you know, with my 100-ish attack, but this way guarantees that we're not taking any further damage. I do think I should have taken the Hothead, though, but, hey. It would have been good. It would have cut down some of my problems. We're going to take the Serum and just work on defense for Grail. I mean, it's also just useful elsewhere, but particularly it is important in keeping Grail alive. Don't need that. Like, it would be nice against the silencers, but no. Yeah, remove consume is what we wanted. Unfortunately, didn't get other things. But that's pretty decent for us. We just want to protect Grail. I think I'm doing this even though it does flood my deck now. And I think that's wrong, but it is what we're doing. I also thought about making more assistance, but there's only so many times that Grail can eat something. And I don't really need that. Okay, so. Okay, we're gonna greed by doing this first. Well. And now Grail's equipped. And let's give him some stuff. I guess we're going to block here. Oh, you still end up dying. Well, that's fine. I'm just trying to give the Miser a bit of protection, and I don't really need things up here. Oh, I should have done this in different order, because I could have done that first. I'll do that just so you can steal some extra gold. Like, we should be in pretty solid shape regardless. So I can eat you once, and then you die because I made a mistake, but that's fine. Yeah, I actually don't want to do it that way. I do want it to survive longer. So we're going to do that. No, because now I'm not actually getting the kill. So yeah, we'll do it the way that I was originally going to do it. Unfortunately, the Miser dies, whatever, here we are. So be it. And then Grail doesn't have an easy target to feast upon anymore. Well, I want to get rid of that, so that's what we're doing. I would like to play the other things, but I also really want to get rid of that. Yeah. Okay, that's fine. We'll do this now. I do lose some reanimate. And then I'm going to heal back to full. And we'll just do some more reanimating, as one does. And soon, we'll be dramatically stronger at the things that we do. And thus, 2-year-old Grail just gets to beat Archaon to death pretty easily. Ta-da! Double-Edged Bearer I would take if I could combine Graft Equipment, or if we hadn't already seen, what's-its-face? The Twisted Assistant. I might take Soldier of Fortune here, though much of its ability is going to be wasted on me. I'm just going to skip it. I don't think we need it. Kind of. Hydra Armed Horror is cute. Yeah. I mean, like, I kind of want the Hothead here. We're going to take a Hydra Armed Horror, even though it's really not necessary. God, do I want to take it? I'm not actually going to be utilizing it very well. Fuck it. We'll take it anyways. And then we'll take Ember for now, I guess. Capacity would also be useful. Lots of things would be useful. We're going to go here, even though there are things I desire. Well, Devour 2 it is. Sorry, Pincushion, but no. Could do Endless on one of the assistants, which is not the worst play. It's not super necessary. Could just inherently give you some multi-strike. I don't think that matters. I think we're just going to give you HP and, like, Smidge Stone if we can get it. Yeah, okay. And we'll give Reanimate to another one of you. I could... Yeah. Let's just get rid of a couple things so I can draw into my key cards faster. I've definitely skewed my deck pretty heavily in a direction, but that's fine. Unfortunately, I can't use Grail's ability more than once per turn. But, alas. A man can dream. Okay, so we play you out so then we can power things up. And then you're going to eat that. You can reduce his cooldown with Fireborn Spike. Yeah, if we see it, but also, like, it is a consume card. Like, yes, it's doable, but we have to see it. And it's not perfect, but it is an option. Okay, we're gonna do that. Even though I am depriving my Hydra of the multi-strike. Also, sadly, my Miser died immediately. We all knew this was going to happen. It still brings me great sorrow. But he attacked into the spikes and died, as one does. Alright. Look at us go. Oh, that's happening. And thus, you get more attacks and more strength. We're gonna do this just so that Grail doesn't have to get the corruption. Doesn't, like, super matter. We are stacking so much Reanimate that I'm not too worried about it, but it does still seem correct. Alright, we'll just do this so we can keep feasting upon the same guy. And then Grail beats him to death, and if he didn't, then the Hydra would get to work as well. Come on. I should have done the bloated whelp. I didn't, and I'm not going to reset the turn to do that. It just doesn't really matter. Alright. And then the corruption does tick down my Reanimate, but not in any meaningful way. since we're pretty strong. Grail's got a lot of attack. Hydra's got a lot of attack. We're doing okay. Well, here we go. Would have been kind of cute to give Avarice to the Hydra. It wasn't really feasible, though, because most of the time Grail's just going to kill anyways. Transfer all attack and buff and debuff effects to the front friendly unit. I could maybe brain transfer here. It's weird, though. But I could. It is an option. Why not? I mean, there's a lot of reasons why not to, but I'm still going to do it. Could also maybe have taken Greed there, but I just never have the instinct to take Greed. Brain Transfer Grail's stat and eat it back sounds like good jank. Yeah. Yeah. Well, the whetstone doesn't matter. I guess I'll do the part factory, even though I'm not convinced by that. Why not? Here we are. I have a lot of things in my deck. I don't totally need the things that I've got. Alright, well, here we are. Marker Invasion is probably fine. Okay, so Grail, buddy, other buddy, and then you can go here and here, and there we go. Yep, is the corruption, guys, everyone's favorite. So. Sort of did this in the wrong order, but that's okay. Let's do that. I could have done some reanimate to stop the corruption from going on. Not too big a deal. And then sadly I have nothing for Grail to eat, but, you know, that's just how it is sometimes, I guess. It's not like we're really hurting when he's still gaining a whole bunch of stats. Yeah, I have no way to kill you, sadly. Well. There we go. Now we have enough. Sadly, didn't get the collector. Oh well. So this gives... It would take all of his reanimate too, which is the problem since I have the corruption on. So we're not going to worry about that yet. I guess we'll just block for you a little bit. Do that, I guess. Okay, so you get that, you get that. We do that, which does give the corruption. I couldn't remember if it gave the corruption too. I guess it does say debuffs. Anyways, that's fine. It also gives all the rage, which I'm not too worried about, because then we're just going to eat it all back, as one does. So yeah, this is pretty cute. It's wholly unnecessary, but it's cute. Oh, poor guy's gonna die. Well, doesn't really matter. Even if it saddens me a little bit that Grail's, you know, thousands of attack power buddy is dead. Yeah, unfortunately, doing it on himself while he's the front unit does nothing. But whatever, so be it. It is what it is. May as well give you more to eat, even though it just doesn't matter. It's just not important. Like, he's sitting on, you know, 3,500 attack power. I think we can manage. But just for good measure, we'll go to 3,700. Ta-da! Grail's pretty cool. There's just a lot of fun things you can do with Grail. I guess we should maybe take the Horrify just for Titans. Doesn't, like, really matter. Though I actually might take the Reanimation Lab just to enjoy myself. We're gonna do it. We don't really need it, but it does make me happy. We'll take the Brain Spike, even though I'm just kind of flooding my deck at this point. Sure. What do you got for me? Yeah. Sure. I should have healed after. No, I don't really need that. I think it's a generally bad artifact. Okay. I don't really need that one either, but I will take the Looming Dark Shard. Alright, well, that was a lot of health, but I think we're gonna be okay. Here we are. What a world. Okay. I'm still going to set up top floor because I just don't think it matters all that much. Okay, so we're going to do that first. Do that and give you some reanimate, which also gives you extra stats every time it happens. Sadly, Grail doesn't get their health, only their attack, which is realistically not that big a deal, but you know, it would be nice. Yeah, we'll just do this now. Okay. Poor Miser's gonna die, but somebody's gotta die. Okay. Yeah, sadly you sort of go to waste, but that's okay. Look at us go. Unfortunately, I do have a bunch of Scourge cards. I do have a bunch of extra energy, though, thanks to the Looming Dark Shard. Turns out Looming Dark Shard is just really fucking good. Don't mind me as I just eat all of that power back. Technically should have done this first, but not too worried about it in the grand scheme of things. Also, we're just keeping the Miser alive so he can, you know, do his thing. And just get us a little bit of extra gold. Yeah, Looming Dark Shard is very much worth the life to get it in basically every situation. Yep, don't mind me as I just go up to 8,000 attack. Technically, it could have gone higher, but you're right. And our beautiful little Hydra Armed Horror is also at 60 times 5. Like, it's a cool unit. Does not matter in the slightest on this run. Because Grail's just here absolutely braining some losers. Scrap for parts, also cute. I think we're going to take mines of their own. Do I need anything here? I think we probably take the draw. Yeah, we'll take the draw. It's fine. Healing's not bad. If I were actually using the Hydra Armed Horde, I'd probably pick those up just for the sake of it. Well, I guess I'll do that even though I can't really play it. But I'm still going to do it. We'll see how much it actually matters. And now we get 3 times the attack of the eaten target. The -1 Ember is a little annoying, but it is what it is. It's always the Sanguine Assistant. Every time. Poor Hydra Armed Horror. You're cool, but this was not your time to shine, I guess. Okay, so we need to give you Reanimate. We'll play that out. Make you guys a little stronger, though I should have done this in a different order if that's what I was going to do. Anyways, you have some Reanimate now, and you have some attack. And then Miser's trying his best down there. Can't really do the mines of their own. Well, you're gonna die. That's fine. That's fine. Unfortunately, the silence dude does prevent me from doing things this turn. What an asshole. Oh, I did this in the wrong order. Let's fix that. Because I can at least do the brain transfer this turn. I just need to, you know, not mess it up. So, then we play you out. Then we give Reanimate back to Grail, because we should. And you can have a second attack, finally. And then you'll die, and that's fine. And we're not going to waste the spike. Yeah, we technically could be getting some Avarice, but eh. Well, I do run into the limitations of my Ember capacity there. Partly because we have the -1 per turn from the trial. But, overall, a little bit of a problem. Okay, you have a bunch of reanimate now, and now you are devoured. Technically should have done that in a different order. Doesn't really matter. Whoops. That is not what I meant to target. That's fine. We'll do this. Nope, that does actually get you killed. I mean, it's not a big deal if it dies. Like, I'm sitting here on, 4,000 attack or whatever. But it does feel wrong. Okay, we should be fine now. Now that I gave more reanimate there. Just a casual 11,000 attack. Unfortunately, the stupid silencers prevent me from doing it this turn. Well, I can do this. But then I won't be able to do the brain transfer. I think we still want to do the brain transfer. So we just forego being able to use my ability this turn. Oh well. I'm sorry to tell you, Rax, I don't think you're going to have a good time. Alright, just a clean 85,000 attack now. And then you prevent me, you bastard. Whatever. That's fine. Jerk just won't let me use my ability. Alright. Well, let's do this again. Unfortunately, we missed out on several turns to eat. Otherwise, this would have been a lot more impressive. There we go. I need to actually have enough reanimate that Rax didn't just one-shot my crew. I mean, I can technically also just heal, which does a lot of work for me. Since with the reanimation lab, their HP is increasing a fair amount. Anyways, Grail only has 672,000 attack. And Rax just has to deal with that. Yeah, we're gonna skip on those. I could do the replicator ray, which is cute, but no. Yeah, I think we're going here. Well, isn't that interesting? It's not like crazy useful. The frenzy is nice, though. You need to lay down, cat. I need to be able to see the screen. There we go. Okay, so how much deployment ember do I have? I have 6. So it's 2, 3, and then 4 for the graft usually. So I'm pretty confident that I can do this. And this is... could go on the brain transfer. Might just do on this. Yeah, we'll do that, I guess. Just because I'm not sure if I have enough Ember for the multiple brain transfers, in addition to being able to play out the reanimate every turn. Okay, so that comes down. You so kindly start me with that as well. Okay, so. Fuck you and your sap, you bastard. Okay, and that resets the cooldown here, which then allows me to do that, which then allows Grail to feast again, even if it's not perfect. That's fine. Still doing 200 some damage here, and we're getting to work. Okay, so you need reanimate. Feast. And you can have your second attack. Alright, not as strong as it could be, but pretty decent start. And then where do I want you to actually care? I think we don't want you up top, so we'll just let you die. Okay, you give me sap, which is annoying, but realistically, not a big deal. Okay, so. Yeah, so like I could watch the number go higher, or I can just do this and brain him for 21,000 on the third turn. May as well. May as well. I'm not going to be able to kill the Titans as quickly because I have to just wait for Dominion to die, and I have no way to speed that up, nor any way to really reduce my damage since I didn't take the Horrify that was offered earlier. Whatever, that's fine. Alright, didn't get trampled this time. That's fine. Oh, slightly wrong order, because I did forget that I have Manifold Mirror, which means that it is best to play this on the beginning of the fight, just so everyone gets the benefit. Doesn't really matter. I'm not too worried about the whole Miser situation. Although, actually, we're going to set them up on bottom floor, because they should be able to survive, I think, one attack, one round from Savagery and prevent a little bit of damage. Okay, let's give you more reanimate. Let's do this again to reset your ability. Oh, you're not actually dying. I thought you would be. Well, let's reset it one more time just so that I can have the right unit at the front at the end of the turn. So, you, do it again. Do it again. And then we'll do that one, who's going to die. And then you can body block down here, and that's fine. Who cares? Okay. Now. Enjoy your extra strength. Yeah, we'll just give you more reanimated. Could do mines of their own. Again, it doesn't actually matter, because I am waiting for Dominion to die. No matter how strong Grail and friends get, it's not really going to speed things up. Okay. So let's do this in the right order. Okay. So... yeah, I think we're still okay doing this so long as I use this now. Yeah. Right, and then unsurprisingly, we're murdering savagery. I don't have trample yet, so I can't murder entropy yet, but realistically, who cares? Poor miser finally dies. Mild attack, yep. You see how it is. Okay, well, let's get rid of that, and let's play that. Now, I think I'm okay with just playing you on a different floor. I don't have the trample this turn, but, like, who cares? Yeah, I thought that might be the case. Alright, well, bit of a waste then. But we can do this slightly differently. We can just get the trample this turn if that's the case. Because unfortunately I just need to not burn through quite so much of my reanimate yet. Okay, so we play you, we eat you, equip you, and then basically the rest of this is the same. I can also block with you just to save a hit or two. I don't know. I don't think that really matters, but it's what we're doing. Alright, then we take some damage as we wait for Dominion to die and play out all this goddamn garbage because I'm not on the lower floors to prevent it from harassing me. Unfortunately, you guys are annoying. Yeah, I thought that might be the case. Alright, we can't do that this turn, then. Can't do that. Oh, wow. Because they have sweep, they're messing up the general game plan. It's okay. But... undo button is definitely the best feature in this game. It's good. I'm mostly using it right now just so that I can be lazy and not have to math myself. But yeah. Yeah. These stupid sweep guys. But yes, it is a good addition for sure. When I'm playing on my own time, I oftentimes don't do any resets, but yeah, like, it's nice just not to have to worry about it. Well, I could do Minds of Their Own, but I could also not. Yeah, the problem is he tramples over the reanimate here. Not that I actually need to save my dudes, but I do want to. Like, I could drag out this fight much longer if I felt like it and just watch Grail's attack go higher and higher and higher and higher and higher. Only times I don't undo is when it's something like RNG, the random targets or new draws that turn. Yeah. Like, I'll do that sometimes still, but I am not looking to, like, abuse it. Okay, so... there we go. Not quite dead, despite the many attacks incoming. It would be nice if I had better ways to stack reanimate, or otherwise defend myself, but that's okay. Ta-da! Alright, so you are essentially dead. Actually, let's not do that just so I can get slightly higher attack. It doesn't matter, but it makes me happy. The whole point of this is to see how high our attack is going, so may as well make it slightly higher. After it loads. There we go. Okay, so Grail needs reanimate. Alright. And that's as good as it's gonna get. Yeah, I actually need to play the Pyrolite that turn. I mean, I don't have to, but we're going to. How many Pyroborn cards do I actually use? I use the Whelps and I use the Pyroborn Spike. And I was using the Pyreball a little bit earlier, but mostly wasn't. I didn't really need to reset there, but it just felt correct to do so. Anyway, so we do this, we do that, we eat, and then that. So yeah, how many digits is that? Yeah, it looks like it's 8 million attack, almost 9 million. Yeah, 8,894,457. Technically, it could be a little higher without the sap. Oh well. That's fine. We'll manage. Screenshot. I mean, I should have, but it's not a big deal. There are people who have hit higher than that. I tend not to build for maximally breaking the game. Especially because, like, to do the truly, truly most ridiculous things, you have to just sit there with a lot of patience. Like, you can keep dazing, Dominion and Savagery and all that, and just avoid finishing the fight for a long, long time and go, 200 turns as you just keep building up your power. And I am not going to do that. Just not worth it. But there are some people who have. Anyways, there we go. That was fun. It was fun to play Grail for the first time. It was a little silly that, with It Devours hitting Twisted Assistant that early in the run basically is a win on its own. Obviously, there's a little bit more that goes into it. You need some, form of reanimate and yada, yada, yada. But it's mostly everything you need, because the biggest problem of It Devours Grail is finding a way to convert his massive attack into something meaningful. And so getting Trample is basically all you need. Multi-strike would also be helpful, but would have its limitations. You would have to make up for it with like other units or using things like Minds of Their Own. But with Trample, you can easily get to like 1,000 plus attack. I mean, most of the time, not going to hit 1 million attack, but, you know, that's what Brain Transfer allows you to do. It was cute to use Brain Transfer. It's not a card I use often, but like it has uses. It has its uses. Anyways, that was fun. Damage dealt. Previous best, 185,866. And now 12 million. Yeah, unfortunately, because I didn't use the Minds of Their Own on the last turn, it didn't record the extra hit. But that's okay. Hi, cat. At least I'm pretty confident that it's not including that. Highest damage dealt by a unit. Yeah, I didn't take it into account. Had I remembered that it took that into account, I would have. But we didn't. It's okay. Some other time. Anyways, we'll play another run. And we're up to 11 win streak now, which is nice. Far from where I want it to be, but, you know, we're getting there. God, if I ever do the, like... So, I did a lot of challenges in Monster Train 1, just because I played that game for thousands of hours on stream. But, you know, like, one of the ones that I did was back-to-back-to-back with every champion, doing a win streak of 60 champions in a row, or 60 clan combos in a row. And I feel like at some point I should do the back-to-back-to-back 180 clan combos in a row, but that does sound miserable. Because if I ever lose, that's just so much work to redo. Yeah, that's going to be something. Anyways, I do look forward to doing the hat trick challenge at some point, though. I'm still hoping I can get the devs to add it as a official mode in the game, since that would make it a lot easier to track and play, and would be fun to do. Anyways, what do we got? We got Gilda, we got Malekith's Pyre, we have Lazarus again. I don't really love starting with Alchemy. Oh, we are not taking a Versus Reflection. I know this is the dream for many of you viewers, to watch me live in a world of endless suffering as I get to make no upgrade choices. But I'm not going to do that. It's just not happening. I mean, if somebody wants to, like, donate 100 subs or something, fine. Like, I can be bought. But not for nothing. Anyways, what are we doing? We're maybe taking Lady Avarice here. We signed up for Jank. Hey, you're gonna get Jank, you're just not gonna get Caprice's Reflection. There are lines that even I won't cross normally. Anyways, I don't know. We played Bloat Matron most recently. I think we're doing Lady Avarice. Although Bloat Matron is not bad for us, particularly with the ability to do Reanimate. I mean, maybe. The more I say it, the more I kind of want to take Bloat Matron. And we're up against Entropy. Nah, we're just gonna do Avarice. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Well, I don't super care about Hulking Mass. I guess we're gonna put Gilda down here, even though that has its problems. Okay. Well, we're gonna let you guys attack and die, and that's just gonna be good enough. I did forget that I have the Sanguine Assistant, which does make putting Gilda low down a lot more viable. Since she can start getting some lifesteal. She's not going to get a ton of lifesteal since there's only... Oh, you didn't die. Well, I fucked that plan up, but... That's fine. We'll give it to somebody else. It's just that I meant to have the assistant die, and then Gilda could get the lifesteal, which would help in a number of ways. Yeah, now I can't play the whelps here. Mistakes were made. I could be getting more gold out of this, but... Yeah, whatever. It's fine. I'm missing a bit, but... Oh, well. Well, now I'm not even playing the Vampire's Tooth because of my greed, but... I really wanted the Alchemy. If I start with the Alchemy, I may as well use the Alchemy. Alright, we're good anyways. And there we go. We could get another Alchemy. We could get a holdover Pyreball, which is okay. I don't know. Holdover Pyreball is fine. It does help against the silencers. The Calcified Ember is not a big concern with Sinner Salve. I could also just take another Alchemy so I can get 6 Horde per fight instead of only 4. I'm gonna take this, I guess. Don't need. Seems questionable. Don't need. No, we're definitely looting this. Yeah, we'll take the Shale Shell. It's fine. So what do I want? I kind of lean towards going here. Because I could, like, give this -1 cost, or maybe give it higher damage. Could try to minus cost these, or maybe even remove consume. Could get, I don't know, something like Magma Cultist is not bad. Maybe even get like Zealot. I don't know. I mean, Zealot would be nice. Test Subject Alpha would also be pretty nice. I could look for, like, Endless on the Whelps and use them to get a bunch of golds. And get a fair bit of armor thanks to the Shale Shell. Like, that's not a bad plan. It's not a win the run plan, but it is a make myself stronger plan. I might do that. Fine. Pincushion with large stone. Man, why do you have to have large stone? Because I have a fair bit of graph stuff, which I wouldn't hate to throw into multi-strike pincushion, but the large stone makes you pretty unappealing. I still might do it, but it does piss me off that I can't, like, Smidgestone him later. I mean, I could skip the multi-strike and try to Smidgestone him instead, but one size hulking mass. Yeah, the problem is that I don't have a way to increase its attack. And so a 1 capacity hulking mass doesn't do a lot for me. Alright. I'll take the pincushion and be a little angry about it. Okay. Enjoy. And enjoy having more avarice, I guess. Realistically, probably should have put the reanimate on something, but I didn't. I didn't. So. I don't know, enjoy. I just have too many large things. Pincushion does look fairly impressive when being that large. I will do that. And then I will give you some buddies. Do I care about the Spear Steward going there? Maybe? Sure. Enjoy it. But it can protect Gilda later on when she'll have 100 attack. Yeah, but that doesn't really matter. That is not my grand concern at this juncture. Technically, I could have played one of these first and given it armor, and I'd be taking less damage on Gilda. It's fine. It's fine. I guess we'll do that. Unfortunately, I didn't get my endless wealth this whole time. It's not like the end of the world, but it would have been nice. Yeah, even now, I still didn't get it. Alright, you get to heal the full. Alright, well, we'll get a little bit of extra gold. And then power up the pincushion further. Or do the alchemy. I think we're doing the alchemy. Even though it does mean that we're missing out on some beautiful extra stats. But I could only afford one, and I chose to get up to the 4 horde. Because that's a good break point where it starts getting me a bonus. No, maybe. No. Sure, I'll do that, I guess. And I will loot this. I'm not getting real artifacts, but that's okay. Fine. It's not amazing for me, but it's okay. I guess going here. I don't have like a strong reasoning for why. Okay, well, we're gonna do this, I guess. I don't really care about this, but I'm going to do it just so that it costs less. And if I do start wanting it, like, that's something. I don't know. It is what it is. Damage shield does not matter. 1 capacity meat hook I'm pretty okay with. Right. Let's get rid of you. And there's Dante. We're going to skip on Dante. Even though we could do maybe some cool things with Dante, but we're not going to. We're not going to depend on Dante. Alright, it's knockback Archeon. But that's okay. So, you're there. You're there. Enjoy, enjoy. And then you are gonna get dazed. I probably should have played out that well. I didn't. It's fine. I need you to die, my dude. Technically, I can do that. Yeah, why not? Let's let you die. Okay, let's continue bulking up. Let's explode him so I can steal his equipment. Although, realistically, it's best to equip that later so that he ends up having trample rather than having just like scissor hands on. Not too worried about it at the moment, though. We can also daze him. I do want to do the bloated whelp every turn, but I also want to alchemy. I'm gonna do that, especially because I haven't drawn the other one. I'd like to hit at least 4 by the end of the fight. Yeah, like, these things don't matter tons, but that's okay. We're just doing what we can to bulk up the pin cushion and to build up some cash. I'm not, like, being amazing on any given front, but doing what we can. And this is cooldown 2. Yeah, may as well. It doesn't actually matter. But it does give the hook, the meat hook, a little bit of extra armor, I guess. Okay, I'm not going to play this out because I'm pretty confident that the pin cushion wins. And so I'm going to have a slightly better chance of drawing into something else, which I didn't. But I was hoping to get more Dragon Sword, because that would have been nice. Doesn't really matter. And then the mighty pin cushion murders the boss. A shame I can't make him 1 capacity, or that he were even just the normal 2 capacity, but so be it. Do I care about Tome of Contracts? I suspect the answer is no. Like, it's kind of cute in that I can use it with the meat hooks to reduce their countdown. I might do that. I'll do it. I don't think it's terribly important. Could do the hothead, though again, I have no way to scale up the hothead, basically. I'm just gonna skip. So I might do capacity. Ember is also appealing. Draw is also, of course, good. Okay, we're gonna do this. I might take capacity later. We'll figure it out. I'm definitely going to loot this. I mean, these are all useful. I'm going to do that. I will take that. I think we're going here, though I would ideally love to see, like, higher stone housing. But the chance that I see that is low. I mean, there's other good trinkets, too, but I'm pretty okay with just duping here, and either duping the alchemy, or duping the meat hook, or duping the endless whelp. But I think we're just doing this. Also getting dualism on the meat hook would be nice. So, do I care about Lady Avarice 2, or do I want to go Bloat Matron because it reduces the cost of playing whelps? I think I want to do that because it means that then I don't have to spend energy on this every turn, which is nice. So, I'm going to do that. Yeah, that's fine. I'll do that. Could give you multi-strike. I don't think that matters. I mean, like, it could. I did want dualism, but yeah, I don't know. How many more steel shops would I visit? Probably at least one more. Okay. Okay, there's dualism, which is going to go on you. Sadly, can't do that on a unit I care about. I guess maybe I do it on the Hulking Mass to put with Gilda. Fine. I don't, like, strongly care about it, but we'll do it anyways. Okay, well, I guess we're doing this now. Especially now that I have the increased Horde max. The minus Ember is a little annoying since I just took Ember, but so be it. He's so small. Right. So. I don't really need the Fireball, and probably should let it cycle. Okay, at least I can play that out. Okay, fine. We'll do it this way. I realized that by doing it, by killing this guy before the Wing Steel, I was going to draw it again, which is not totally what I meant to do. Not that big a deal, though. I'm not going to play the Fireball. No reason not to daze you, I guess. Okay, we draw a new card. Let's do this, and then we blow up some of the backliners, because we're just that cool. And then we'll just block there, which also procs the harvest. Okay. So we don't need to use that again because the cooldown is already at 1. And Any plans to tackle the dimensional challenges soon? Probably soon-ish. I didn't have major plans for that yet. I do plan to do them, and so I should probably just start working on them. Maybe we'll do that next week, since we're basically at the end of this week. That would probably be a good thing to work on. I imagine, you know, some people want to see me do them. And I am curious about them. So, probably next week. Yeah, I was hoping to draw into, like, the alchemy. Because I would like to get my horde up. Though if I really wanted, I could be doing a bit more with the endless whelps by forcing myself to draw them each turn repeatedly, which is kind of nice. Well, speaking of, that's what's happening here, though I didn't totally mean to do that, and just kind of spaced out. But it works out well because I'm already spending my Ember this turn on the alchemy. I've done a few, they're fun. Though all of them are at Covenant 1. I wasn't sure if they were all at Covenant 1. I knew a lot of them were, but I didn't know if that was universal or only for, like, the early ones. Okay, well, we made the Horde 10. We got a fair bit of extra gold. We do a little bit of damage on Kel. There's no reason not to do this. And just for good measure, we'll daze you. Yeah, anyways, we get a little bit of extra Avarice triggers from that beautiful little whelp. And then the Mighty Pincushion just kind of beats him down. Overall, this deck is working. We have a lot of gold. I don't need the Soul Smelter. I might take the payoff. Could also take Devilish Details. I don't ever care about Devilish Details, but I don't know. I feel like I need to master it at some point, and this wouldn't be the worst time to take it, but we're gonna take payoff, I guess. Reanimation Lab is sort of interesting, because I could use that with my endless whelps if I wanted and just keep building them up. Risky Operation is also decent as a backline way to scale, which I might want. I do kind of want the Reanimation Lab, though, just because it would be cute seeing my whelps go higher and higher and higher and higher. Doesn't really help me with wave clear, but it does help me with bosses. Though I'm not too worried about the boss situation. Maybe I take Risky Operation? I don't know. I'm gonna skip. I am definitely going to loot. We'll do that. I mean, Medallion is nice. We're definitely taking Hellfire Bellows. Manifold Mirrors, interesting. Think we're taking Cleansing Water, though. Like, Guild Marker would make a big difference since I already have a lot of money to spend, so we can, like, stretch that even further. Nonetheless, here we are. Let's see what's on offer. Fine. Sure. That does sort of cause problems. I could get the Reanimation Lab again, or I could take the Steward's Quarters. I'm not going to. I mean, Magma Cultist isn't bad, though I'm not casting a lot of spells. Magma Mauler, likewise, not bad, but... Well, here we are. Everything's fine. Don't love the draw -1, but we should be fine. Okay, so you're gonna go here with your buddy. You're there, and then you get to go there. Alright, have a nice weekend, Fury. I will see you on Monday. Yeah, I'll just do this. I didn't totally want to get that back next turn, but that's okay. Hey, look, it's our friend again. Well, I should have done this in a different ordering, but that's fine. It's not a big deal. Not too worried about the pincushion, even if I am giving him his upgrades in sort of the wrong order. And by upgrades, I mean equipment. Well, I need to kill you. And I should probably be doing the whelps a little differently, so I'm not seeing them... I'm not getting them off of the wing steel, because I do want to get my horde as high as I can. But we'll see. Okay, well, let's lower your cooldown, I guess. Oh, except I probably missed out on the Avarice because of your Titan skin, didn't I? That's fine. I could redo the turn to fix that. We're not going to. Okay, I'm not going to play the Fireball. I don't think I need it. I'm gonna take some damage at this rate. Yeah. Alright, let's actually do this in the... I think it's better if I don't hook hand him to the front. Because that really messed things up. Like, we were so close to the kill here, and then I just didn't kill him. Which is worse. Yeah, because that's fine. Yeah, unfortunately, your Titan skin blocking does reduce how much I'm actually generating off the Avarice, which is sort of my own fault. I could have been fireballing you every turn and didn't. Whatever. And then he doesn't even get his stuff. At least not his starting reanimate. Unfortunately, I haven't gotten my horde nearly as high as I would like it. Well, I'm going to take some damage, but that's fine. I don't do a lot of damage to you. It's a bit of a concern. Well, we got... So we should get the Horde high enough now. Unfortunately, I still have a lot of reanimate to chew through because my team is doing, like, no damage. Luckily, that doesn't seem to matter. And I get to buff my pincushion one more and to hit max Horde just in time. Okay, so... And we get to extract a bit of extra gold from him as we just chew through all of his lives, as one does. Look at us go. Don't need the Mind Cage, don't need the Soul Smelter. An equivalent exchange is legit okay for us. I'm going to greedily skip it, though I do need better damage output than what I'm doing. Insatiable Hunger... In the grand scheme of things, probably worth taking. Yeah, I'll take it, I guess. And then we're definitely looting this. We'll take Flaming Talons because it's good. We'll take that. I don't have Mix. Wanderer's Talisman is worthless for me, and I guess we'll take Ancient Pyre Tap just in case we need it. It does help with, like, the alchemy, although mostly I have that under control now. What would I dupe? Like, I do want to dupe the pincushion at some point. I don't think now is the time, though. How many options do I have left for that? Basically just one. But with the increased capacity, it's hard to fit multiple of them anyways. Don't know I'd want it, the Merchant of Arms. My deck is a bit of a mess. Okay, it's not ideal, but we're gonna dupe the pincushion, I think. Alright, we'll give you Reanimate just for the sake of it. And then we're not going to bother giving something Multi-Strike, because why would we? And then Pincushion number 2. I also kind of want a second Meat Hook. Whatever, we're not doing that right now. Unfortunately, it means that now they're going to start diverging and scaling. Oh well, that's just life. There's not too much that I can do about that. I don't, like, super need the Pyre Ball, but we're still going to keep it, I think. And we're going to get rid of a couple of Whelps. Like, most of my deck doesn't do anything. It's just kind of there. Alright, well, we'll see how this goes. Kind of the wrong ordering, because you're not dying, and that's annoying, but fine. And we'll leave the payoff because it doesn't do anything for us currently. Okay. Yes, look at all that beautiful gold. Look at it all. Yeah, anyways, here we are. We're just trying to stack up power, I guess. We're doing okay. Alright, now, do we want to leave the trample on you? I think we don't. I think we just want to keep jamming in all of that to you. I think that's just correct. I think that's just correct. I suppose I should have given the lifesteal to the one on mid-floor. It doesn't, like, really matter, but the one here is going to burn through it just with his basic attacks without doing anything, which does make it a little unnecessary. Well, here we are, continuing to scale and murdering all who stand against us, I guess. I don't really need Tome of Contracts, do I? Not at the moment, at least. I suppose maybe I should have blown him up first to generate the Pyrogel. I could also do this right now, since I do have Ancient Pyre Tap. You know what? I'll do that just so I don't have to draw it again. Yeah, it turns out our pincushions are doing some pretty decent work for us. It's fairly nice. I didn't actually mean to draw him again, but I kind of spaced out. That's okay. I just would like to get my Horde higher before the end of the fight. And to give my pincushion as many things as possible, which we are doing. We're making it work. But I still need to get 4 more Horde. I will do this, and it is worth spending some HP to do that, since I come out ahead in the trade. I spend 2 to gain, I think it was 12. Like, I'm at full health. I don't know why I'm worrying about this. I should have done that in a different ordering, so I could have drawn one of those whelps again to get just a little bit more gold. Hi there, we're doing fine. We have 800 gold and we have 10 Horde, and we're beating Kale, no problem. Like, I will probably struggle on upcoming fights that have much higher just enemy HP, but we'll see how that goes. Okay, well. There we go. For all these things, we're fine. It's just... yeah, we'll take Hell Furnace for sure. Spike the League, also good, but Hell Furnace is directly like the sort of thing that I want. I maybe want Heaven's Light. Only because it would let me fit another pincushion on a floor. And I think that's probably worth doing. I was originally going to, like, dupe a meat hook, but I think we just want to dupe a pincushion a second time. Fine. We don't really attack with the whelps, but why not? Well, I don't really need the tuning fork now. because the erratic assistants already cost nothing. As long as I'm playing them on Gilda's floor, the whelps cost nothing. So, I think we're just taking Spirit Breaker's charge. I'm not going to get, like, insane value out of that, but it's something. So I have 6 Deployment Ember. So 2, 3, 4, 5. So I can do 6. Though, if I make another pincushion, then I will be 1 short. I think that's still what I'm doing, though. Okay, so. I can either increase the amount of Pyrogel that's generated, or I can increase her attack by a decent amount. She doesn't have trample or anything, though. But it does help. I think we just want Bloat Matron 2. Yeah, we'll just do that. That's fine. Curse Dragon Staff would be good if I actually cast meaningful amounts of things. Hall of Mirrors is something. How do I feel about Hall of Mirrors? I feel okay about Hall of Mirrors. Not sure that I feel great about Hall of Mirrors. I might take Hall of Mirrors because it will allow me to make another pincushion. Plus, I could still dupe the other pincushion at the end. And so then I could have 2 pincushions and Meat Hook on the top floor, and then 2 pincushions on the middle floor. And, like, that's a big chunk of bulk and helps me chew through enemies. Which is probably fine. I think that's probably worth doing. Though I am going to be Ember Poor, which is okay. It's something. Triple stack. I would only have for this to be Lifesteal 6, which I don't think I need. It's kind of cute. I don't really need to make this permanently stronger. It's just not something I'm relying on. Yeah, I don't care about any of these. They're just not important to my general enjoyment of life. Okay, well, here we are. Okay, we're gonna put the... Yeah, I guess we'll still copy the stronger one, because why not? And then we'll give you a blocker, and then here we are. Good job. Thanks for getting rid of that. Really proud of you. Right. I am willing to spend the HP to just play that out. Yeah, and I'll spend the HP to do that as well. You don't die, I guess, but fine. I just didn't want them to generate, like, Scourge cards and slow me down. It's not, like, a huge issue, but... With the Hollow Mirrors, you can double a 1 capacity unit and then the Pin Cushion, right? Yes, probably. I didn't do the math yet, but I think you're correct. Yeah, I definitely could. And I thought about that, and then I didn't do it, but you are absolutely right. I thought for some reason I was going to be, like, off 1 capacity. But yeah, that means I can double the Meat Hook, and then I can double the Pin Cushion, and that's going to be pretty solid. Doesn't matter here. I think we'll be okay regardless, but yes, good to keep in mind. Okay, so you explode, you explode. Alright, well, unsurprisingly, I'm not killing you on bottom floor. I'm going to do that just so I can get the artifacts to proc, so I get extra things. Okay, well. Technically, I should have generated the Pyre Gel before exploding things. It's fine. Here we are. I'm not going to worry about the payoff, but I could. I probably should have played it out just to get rid of it. Yeah, I meant to not play those first so that I would draw something else rather than drawing them again, but it's not the worst thing. I just would like to get my Horde up to 10, which is really the only other thing for me to draw, so... Technically wrong ordering, because now they end up with the lamer of the equipment, but whatever. Okay, so let's try not to draw the same whelps. Not any better, but hey. Technically, I could have just shot them. He still would have died to attacks. I'm not too worried about it. And they die to the jack strips. Especially because they have a lot of Pyre Gel on them as well. Also, Gilda and friends are getting a decent amount of extra attack, thanks to these guys proccing the Spirit Breaker's charge every time, which is cute. I am not going to play the Pyre Ball, because I would like to get more Horde. I think we're totally on track for it. We should be fine. So long as I don't, you know, win on this floor. But I also need to get my assistant killed. Okay, now hopefully we can get enough Horde. I mean, obviously I also need to not die to Rax, but that thing... Yeah, unfortunately we didn't hit 10. Because they're right there. I can draw one of them. But, annoyingly, I just didn't quite make it. I mean, the difference between 8 and 10 is not, like, insane, but... I do come out ahead there, if that wasn't clear. Alright, well, then we just beat Rax to death. Sadly, didn't hit 10, but that's okay. We're still just rolling gold. Honestly, Make It Rain is pretty solid. I don't really need to take it, but... I'll take it anyways. It's not like I'm hurting for gold. Replicator Ray I could do. Could also just do the Horrify. We're gonna do Replicator Ray just for the fun of it. So what was the difference between 8 and 10 anyways? Yeah, so I would have gotten an extra minor artifact is the main thing. Well, fine. Yeah, we'll take Manifold Mirror. That's actually pretty decent for me. Oh, it's actually not what I wanted. Well, we'll make it work. It's sort of okay. I just have to draw into the Hell Furnace in a reasonable time frame. And even then, if it doesn't work, it's not that big deal. Okay, so. I don't actually need to make another pincushion now. I could make another Replicator Ray, though. I think that's maybe what I do. I would have preferred a Merchant of Arms here so I could undo the mistake that I just did. Because I would like this to be deployable. Technically, there's a chance that we see like Dante's Footstool, which would solve my problem, since it draws a non-deployable room and zero costs it in deployment phase. Yeah, fuck it, we're going here. That's fine. Sure. Sure. Don't care about Odie's totem. Do care about... Don't care. Don't care. Well, not my ideal set of options, but here we are. Okay, well, we're gonna do this, which is a little unnecessary. Now, the problem is my deck is fairly thick, and I don't actually need things. I kind of want to keep my pincushion stacking up in power, but realistically, I could get rid of most of my graft things. Could also get rid of the whelps. I'm gonna get rid of one of them. Could also get rid of the alchemies. I probably should get rid of the alchemies, although then that makes the payoff worthless. We're just gonna leave it. It's fine. My deck is a bit of a mess, but it's my mess. Okay. So. Well, we're gonna daze you, and then we're gonna daze you again. Yeah, that was the problem with this, but technically workable. Can you spend life during the deployment phase for Ember? You can, which probably should not be allowed, but it is. Alright. And now we have pincushion number 3. I mean, I didn't even play out my other pincushion, but here we are. Unfortunately, I just don't have capacity for things, and I would like you to die, and I can't kill you. Like, I could do this. I guess let's play you out there. I thought it made a copy in your hand. That's so much better. Yeah, no, the fact that you can do it and then it overstacks the floor makes it real good. Okay. Yeah, it doesn't kill that guy, but that's sort of okay. Alright. Yeah, fuck you, you bastard. Do I need all those? Absolutely no. The problem is I just am not gonna get these things killed. And I kind of want to play out the pincushion that I have yet to draw, but realistically, it doesn't matter. Okay. That makes my life a little less complicated. And you are the real one. So, enjoy your equipment, my buddy, my pal. Yeah, whatever, we'll just keep playing you to gain gold and all that. I'm just trying to get my craft units killed so I can feed my buddy. Is that so much to ask? Okay, let's lower your cooldown because we can. Enjoy some more pincushion power. We'll do that. And we'll just keep dazing you and empowering my whole team because why not? I'm willing to pay the blood price for that. We'll play you out just so I can have you. Yeah, for the sake of it, we'll play that. Even if it did steal health to do it. Anyways, it's pretty silly. Not that I have, like, the strongest pincushions. They're pretty decent, but they only have, like, 100 attack each, which is definitely lower than it could be. Anyways, we paid for the Pyre Ball so we could have it now to kill him, so I could still explode my whelps as was desired. I could do the Make It Rain, which is cute. I'm not going to, but I could. It's a shame that I don't have things to target with my meat hooks on top floor, because I could be using their ability every turn, which would be giving armor and attack to the whole squad. But alas, here we are. I have made choices, and thus I must deal with those choices. You use them on your own units. Yes, I'm aware, but then I would be dazing them for 2 turns each time, and I just don't really want to do that. If there were some permanent scaling benefit to doing so, I would, but there's not, so I'm not going to worry about it. And we're back to full health. Okay. Well, there's the alchemy I was looking for. God, we're so close to getting the kill there. Well, realistically, I should have killed him and then explode these guys for gold, but I got greedy considering that we might be able to kill Seraph. And then he died from the jackstrips, which looked really silly. Alright, well, there we go. And we get Taskmaster's Lash because it's the last thing in the pool. We don't actually need it. We don't have dragons. I do like the look of this artifact, though. It's just got a kind of cool icon. We don't have Train Stewards. We don't have Unstable. So, does absolutely nothing for us, sadly. And thus, it's time to face the Titans. Okay, so one of you is not like the other. And then we'll play you out as well. Although I do struggle with capacity. Alright, so let's do that. So then we can make another one. Sadly, we can't actually daze Entropy. And I can't play out my Whelp anywhere. Or any of these. Which is why I need to get rid of the Hall of Mirrors and replace it. But it's whatever. Okay, so let's daze you, and daze you, play that out, play that out, play that out, draw a card, and then we have another one. And we'll burn some HP because why not? He gets some corruption, that's fine. And here we go. Alright, so Hell Furnace now, even though the other thing is kind of cute. Okay, so I can still do that even though they're immune just to get the scaling. Which is fairly cute. You know, we'll do that just so that we get rid of the sweeper. Like, I could do this on Dominion, but without any way to give you Pyrogel, it, like, doesn't matter. I'm not gonna bother doing the Make It Rain for the second one with just spending gold. Because I'm killing Savagery and Entropy without it. Like, that's not a concern. Sadly can't daze Entropy. But, whatever. Could be doing the Pyreball on Dominion, technically, but I want to get my Horde up so that I can heal myself back to full. Alright, you get dazed for another 4 turns. And here we go. Oh no, one of the pincushions is close to death. Yeah, it is pretty silly watching the jackstrips just like obliterate enemies since they have 50 plus Pyrogel on them. Okay. Alright, we're at 10 Horde. Alright. Well, he's finally dying. Not too worried about that. We're just waiting on Dominion to die anyways, but we're going to try to heal some. There it is. I technically could have done this a little better, but it doesn't really matter. Okay. Yeah, I was already at max. I didn't need to do that a second time. So it doesn't really matter. Yeah. I mean, like, we're going to still take some damage from Dominion from here on out, because that's just what I gotta do, but... If I timed it differently, I probably could have ended this battle at full health. But... Alright, so now you're dying. We'll do this just so we can put one more equipment into our dude. For the sake of it. And there we go! Alright, 6 damage taken. What a run. That was a bit silly, but it was pretty cute. Ooh. Turns out, pincushion's pretty good if you can feed it. Though that was not, like, the major thing I was doing. Still, it was valuable as just a big source of stats. Especially when I was then able to copy it with the Hall of Mirrors and the Replicator Ray. We've almost done all of the crowns on Banished. Doesn't surprise me with the last couple days being just like banished one after another. Yeah, we're doing okay overall. I mean, obviously I haven't touched any of the Monster Train 1 clans. We'll do that eventually. So be it. Yeah. Anyways, here we are. I just got here and this run looked very silly. It was pretty silly. That said, I need to get up and get more water. I will be back in just a moment. We'll play one more run. Maybe 2 if I'm feeling crazy, but probably just 1. It'll be random unless you guys have preference. So if you have a preference, let me know and we'll play that when I get back in just a minute. Alright, I'm back. Let's play another run. And see what we get. And hopefully, you know, not lose the 12 win streak that we got going. Guys, Talos again. Alright, so be it. I do like Herzl's Horde, especially a lot more than Malika. Windblade is okay. Green Recruit and Avenger are both something. I don't love Eager Conscript as a starter card. It's good for it to exist because it's nice to have something that plays into the spawning and helps like enable rally things right off the bat. It's not a particularly like strong starter card though. Like it's fine, but well, that would be helpful if Talos were an angel. I mean, technically we do have an angel, but we don't want him to be anywhere but the front. Also, does not work great with Eager Conscript unless I find some other way to be shifting him. I think we're just taking Guild Marker. Alright. Now, what do I want? So, Celestial Radiance is kind of cute with the Windblade. Because as long as I can put Talos behind, like, a tank, she can then just have the Windblade and be triggering melee weakness at the end of the turn. And then on the next floor, we can have something, you know, more powerful beat into the melee weakness enemies, which is something. I think we're taking Windblade, or not Windblade, but melee weakness. Overall, like, I think it's a good path. Battle Cleric is fine. It's just free stats. Turns out free stats are pretty good. But we're going to do this. We'll see what we get offered, I suppose. Okay, so you can have that, and then enjoy, I guess. Okay, we're gonna do that just so we can start building up some stuff. Had I thought about this, I would not have had Talos on this floor. So I could have flown her down here to generate melee weakness on this turn, which would have been a better plan. Could have also moved her in front, but I really don't want to do that for some clear and obvious reasons. Unfortunately, can't get the collector. That's why having flown... Well, okay. There is that way. And I guess that's what we're doing. Which is fine. Like, we get some power out of this. She gets a little bit more valor, gets some armor. Unfortunately, our Avenger is getting beat to death, as one does. Maybe should have played the Steward there, but I thought that was decent. Yep, that should be the kill. Looks like Talos has decent attack here, and once Astral starts hitting onto the Avenger, he gets melee weakness. Can't use shift in place. With her fly ability, no. You can target the same spot, and it will allow you to use the ability, unless they change that at some point. But since she's not actually moving position, it doesn't trigger. Unless they change that, which I'm pretty sure they haven't. I'm willing to try it in case they have changed it, but I'm pretty confident that it doesn't do anything currently. The Warbler is probably a no. there's kind of a world where I do that and then allow, like, a team of melee weakness enhanced... Well, allow my dudes to attack into enemies that have a bunch of melee weakness on them. Which is okay. Do I like the new Calcified Ember graphic? I don't. More specifically, I just don't like where it is. I don't like it being beneath. I don't think it's... Like, this is definitely at least partly just because I'm used to it being up top, but I do think it being all the way down here is less visible, and I don't know. I don't think it helps the problem much. I know some people specifically requested it to be on the bottom, but I think if they want to make it visible, they need to, like, make a border around the whole card or whatnot. But it glowy? Yeah, I also hate, like, glowing things in my peripheral vision. This one is at least not, like, very bright. Otherwise it would annoy me while I'm evaluating cards. I maybe want the Cleave, because turns out Cleave is pretty good. I could maybe take a third Wind Blade. I think that's too much. I don't know if I want a Warbler. I think Warbler's fine. I think if Warbler had the inherent ability to fly to any floor, it would be very useful. Or more specifically, if all of the Hymnists had that. But there are good reasons that that is not allowed. I don't know. Probably should take the Cleave. I'll just take the Cleave and call it good. Gooey Flask is fine. Proliferate is what we're gonna take, I guess. Obviously there are, like, nice things I can do at the Merchant of Magic. Like, I can do Remove Consume on the Proliferate, or Spell Chain, or both, which is pretty solid. I can do Holdover on the Cleave, which is also pretty decent. Here, I would mostly be looking for, like, Titanite on the Avenger. Maybe Titanite Largestone. I could also potentially do Endless on the Green Recruit, but that doesn't matter at the moment. I guess we're going to go here and see what Underlegion thing is offered, probably. Yeah, I don't know. Let's find out what happens. Okay. Okay, so it's time to make good choices or bad choices. And I'm leaning towards the bad choice for the fun of it. Which is to say, I think we might take Squad Leader. Sure, we're doing it. Is it correct? No, it is not. But we're doing it. Heck yeah, meme build. Yeah. I did kind of want to do the -2 on this and then hope for the Remove Consume, which we did get offered, but that's fine. I'm pretty decently happy with that nonetheless. And then we're going to -1 the Cleave, which does bankrupt me, but here we are. Here we are. And -1 per turn is something. Okay, so you're going there. You're going there. Alright. Now, unfortunately, flying you down here, not actually that helpful yet. But slaps the roof of train. This bad boy fits so many bad choices in it. You're not wrong. Okay. I think we just want to start stacking that up, even though here we are. Also, ideally, we'd have the melee weakness going into the trampling fungi. Oh, I'm sorry, we're gonna do this in a slightly different order. I do get less propagate, but I get valor in addition, which is valuable to me. Yeah, you are dying, which is a problematic part of our plan. One that we knew was likely to happen, though. Okay. We're gonna do that. Alright. Sadly, can't make, like, great use of this, but we can do that. We'll do the cleave. And we'll just prevent the damage. I think I'm in okay shape overall. It's a shame that we don't get the resolve because she dies, and that's just how that works. But it would have been nice. I probably should have played out the steward. I mean, it doesn't totally matter. He would have died anyways. Okay, here we go. We just need a little bit of extra power, especially because they lose power attacking into the spikes, sadly. But it worked out. I do like Divinity. I also like Selfless Sacrifice. I think we're taking Selfless Sacrifice. I think we're taking Spawning Pods. Do I want Merchant of Arms? Kind of. I also really just want to do this. I think we want to do this. Like, there's a lot of, like, value in going to the Merchant of Arms, but so be it. Unfortunately, I really want to remove Consume first. That's what I want. I think that is worth it doing. Too bad double stack doesn't work with spawn. Yep. But it's also for good reason. God, can I justify that? Not entirely, but that doesn't mean I don't want to. Yeah, okay, that's fine. We're gonna do that. I don't love that choice, but... Ooh. Would you look at that? Maybe. Unfortunately, what I really want is more things I already... Okay, we'll just do that. That's fine, I guess. Unfortunately, now I really want remove consume. And we'll see what we can do. I also need a lot more Ember, but so be it. Okay, we'll leave you there. Yep. I figured it was probably going to... Like, we were bound to draw at least the Eager Conscript. If you ever feel useless, just remember Holy Stone exists. Yeah. I am no fan of Holy Stone. Just to test this for... Yeah, because it got mentioned before. Yeah, so... They did change it so it no longer eats up your ability, it looks like. But... you cannot shift in place. So we're going to do this, I guess. That's fine, I'll take the damage. I did forget that this was the reason not to use up her flight, is that now she's standing in front like a chump, which is not the worst. Not great either, but it's not the worst. Okay. I don't love the whole knockback situation. Okay, so we are going to do this so that you can't knock me back. And we're going to do that, which increases the melee weakness, and increases the troops and the Valor. I don't have damage shields on him, sadly, but that's good enough. And then you're going to just dip over there. I don't have enough energy for most of what I wanted to do, but it largely works out. Alright, and he gives himself melee weakness, like the fool that he is. I'm just gonna do that. And I'll give you your own buddy, and then Talos can take a hit here, that's fine. We just don't want her ability to go on cooldown. Yeah, whatever. We get sapped, who cares? And then she unfortunately eats the melee weakness on him, which is not ideal, because we would have made much better use of it up here. But it also doesn't matter, because our team does some work. Wings Radiance is pretty good. I'm going to take Sanctuary, though. Even though it gives me the Calcified Ember, which is a little sad. And then Enchantrell exists. Also a Host Guard, which I have yet to master, and maybe want to take just for that reason. It's really not necessary, but it is cute. Enchantrell is good, though. Like, real good. The problem is what I want most of all is more ability to spawn or propagate. But I lean towards taking the Enchantrell, because it turns out she's very solid. Host Guard is fine. He's just kind of awkward. He doesn't have, like, particularly amazing stats. He's very expensive. He's 3 capacity. His ability is cool, because it allows him to freely overstack a floor. It allows him to trigger shift abilities every couple turns, but it is a 3-turn cooldown, as opposed to Talos' 2 turns. And he deals damage equal to health and armor on the shift. Like, he's got some cool features. It's just, he's kind of real awkward. And definitely not as compelling as, like, any other rare unit. Anyways, I kind of want the Enchantrell. Though I was just going to get a bunch of squad leaders. We'll take the Enchantrell, I guess. Now, I guess we're going to take Ember. I kind of want the draw as well, but Ember is useful to me. Although I have, like, way more than enough deployment Ember. Well, we're going here now. Okay, well, dualism is one of the things I wanted. I also did kind of want the Titanite. I kind of would like to give you HP as well, but so be it. We'll just do that. And then melee weakness 2. I probably should have given you quick. I didn't. It's fine. So, capacity-wise. I could do a second Enchantrel. It does mean I can't use the green recruit. That's probably fine. I'm sorry, Cat. You're fine. I'm leaning towards making a second squad leader. Just because it's cute. I also would very much like to make more small gift boxes. Or get remove, consume, and like holdover on it would be ideal. God, there's not a merchant of magic for a while, which feels real bad. Okay, well, we're gonna do the greedy play and make another squad leader. Okay, good old Corin. Yeah, the only problem with this plan is I can't use the green recruits anymore, which is not the end of the world, but it is a thing for sure. Okay, so you want that. And then we want to get the Valor there, and I guess just build up. The problem is I really want to get rid of this, though doing the small gift box is pretty good. But I guess we're going to get rid of that. Alright, this is fine, because I only get to play one of that, but that's okay. It just goes back into the pool, we can draw it like normal. That's fine. It's not great, but it's fine. And then we just play out the rest of what we got. And we start stacking up our dude. Well, Talos melee weaknesses them, as one does. Well, could have played the Spirit Steward, which might have been good, but we didn't. I'd love to have more Valor on you so I could be protected better. But as long as we're able to spawn, we can also ruin their attack power. Well, so be it. Good talk, Corin. I will play that out just to get rid of it. I guess it doesn't really matter. I'm not really going to redraw it at this point. Alright, well, hopefully we draw things on the right turn. That at least cleaves through some of the jerks. Yeah, you've got 8 damage shields. I think we're fine. I think I can afford to do that. I love the music in this game so much. It's good. I do miss the Monster in 1 soundtrack to a degree, but like Monster in 2 soundtrack is good. And especially when I was Yeah, like, I do quite like it. Especially the Under Legion Overture song. There's a couple other really good ones, too. It's just solid. Anyways, we pretty handily smashed Corrin, though my deck is a bit of a mess. Kind want Everlasting Light. I don't think we have the best use case for Everlasting Light. What I really want is, like, Loam Coat. I mean, there's other things I want. I would also love anything that gives multi-strike. That would be good. I don't care about Penitent's Death Suit. At some point, I gotta master it. That time is not now. I don't know. We'll take Everlasting Light. We might drop it later. Mushroom Cloud is fine, but we're not gonna worry about it. Could take Truffles. I'm not going to. So there are good things. Like, just getting things that increase my spawning would be nice. Also, just kind of want to go here, look for things to equip on the fungi. Also, rooms. I guess we'll go here. Hall of Mirrors, you say? Shield of Wing is also vaguely interesting. I just don't use Overgrowth Carapace. I should. It has good use cases. Do I want Hall of Mirrors? Kind of. Like, the amount of melee weakness I can generate is ridiculous. It just also doesn't matter a ton. I mean, it can. I could start doing that. It makes the... Okay. We'll do it. And then Bloodthirsty Blade and Zone of Silence are both interesting. Sure. Alright, so... And I already forgot that I had Everlasting Light. So we're gonna do this. I guess I'm fine with this. I don't think it's really, like, the best choice I could make, but it's a choice I have made. Whatever, you're gone. I also forgot to look at this. Yeah, we'll take Grow Room. Even though I'm getting a little carried away. Okay. Well, we have a lot of things now. I still very much would like to visit Merchant of Magic and make my Propagate situation better. But here's the deal. Yeah, that's fine. And then you go there. Yeah, I don't love all that. Unfortunately, he's gonna die, so I don't want to equip the thing to him. And, like, I could have equipped it onto the squad leader, but squad leader's not going to get the kills so long as the fungi exist, because they have trample, so that's just how it is. Alright, well, they get corruption, but he's also got a fair bit of damage shields on him. Well, I once again can't kill a collector, but whatever. Alright, so one Talos procs both Talos, which then give a lot of melee weakness, which is why we were willing to do that. Alright, I do get sapped, but that's okay. Because I also sapped them, and then I don't lose any damage shields. As I continue getting damage shields every turn. Oh, I didn't even think of that. That Talos synergy. Yeah, there's some cool things you can do. Talos in general really strongly benefits from Hall of Mirrors. I mean, like, a lot of champions do. A lot of units do, just all over. But especially Talos does on multiple of her paths. Since you can fly her to any floor and just kind of overstack whatever you want. And then also the Celebrate path means that you're getting more stats on everything at the end of the battle. It's pretty good. Unfortunately, I did not get my equipment again. And I can't really make it deployable because I can't have the fun guys in deployment phase. There it is. Way late, but oh well. It's at least getting some slays. And realistically, not that important. Yeah, we're not getting a whole lot of slays because they're being spread across, you know, a whole bunch of units. But that's okay. Hopefully we will draw things in a better ordering in the future. Nope. Not going to take those. Deadly Plunge is okay if we're making a big phone guy stack. Sure. I'll take the Mushy Room, even though I'm getting a little carried away here. So, we want here, and we want to hit the things we want to hit. Probably should have done that on the Sanctuary. I had a double Dancer Valor Fell run earlier with Zephyr Room. Got really silly. Yeah, we did one of those like last night. There's a lot of shenanigans. Okay, so I kind of want the Spell Chain, but I also just kind of want Remove Consume. Do we have another Immersion of Magic coming up? We do. I don't think I can really afford the Spell Chain. Okay, we're going to go with double stack here. And we're going to bet on other things. Also, I do have extra gold. I could Spell Chain. But realistically, that's not crazy helpful for me. Although I could take another Ember upgrade and then I go to 5. Yeah, I don't know. We're not going to do that. See what happens. The lifesteal should be fine. I think we're going to still try to set up top floor. We could just set up mid floor too. Let's actually just do that. Alright, there we go. Okay, so we can now generate dudes on turn 1, so even if we draw this now, it's fine. I don't really do this, but we're going to do it anyways because I can. I would like to do the Wind Blade on Talos, but we're going to propagate a little bit. It's not very impressive because I go from 4 stacks to 6, which isn't that much. But we're trying here. Unfortunately, I do need things that I have not drawn yet. Yeah, I think that's good enough, and then we'll leave the other one for shifting next turn if we need it. But this way, we're starting to get some of the slays with the Bloodthirsty Blade. Grow Room means that I can be propagating damage shields and stuff. Although you are losing your damage shields, which I was trying to avoid, but... yeah, I'm just not very good at growing my fungi stack is the main thing. Also, by extension, not great at... you know what? I will do this. I should have been doing that more often so we could get more slays from the trample. But anyways, by extension, if I'm not good at growing my fungi stack, I'm also not very good at sapping enemies. Yeah. And I know I could have cleaved, but I was trying to give the guy a chance to get some kills. See, that's why I want the spell chain proliferate. Like, it's pretty good. Unfortunately, the Windblade, too late for it to really matter. Since it would have been useful for every time Kale ended up on mid-floor to get some extra melee weakness on him, but alas, here we are. I didn't save melee weakness for this turn, probably should have. Oh well. What a hand! Yeah. Just all of those at once. Alright, well, we're doing okay. We're not doing, like, amazing at the slays, nor the propagates, yada yada yada. We're working on it. Tome of the Lost Path is pretty cute. I think we're taking Spike of the Legion, though. Tome of the Lost Path would allow me to do more melee weakness, which is pretty solid, and honestly, probably worth doing, but I just wanted this. We're gonna do this, even though... I don't know. Shroom Spike Gotcha-gasm. Alright, we're gonna do this. I don't need the double stack. I need remove consume. That's what I need. Oh my god. Okay, whatever. I could have also just, you know, switched to Battle Cleric, which also would have been decent. Anyways, we're doing this. That's fine. Wait, can't you double stack that spike? Nope. I guess Propagate isn't a buff. That is correct. It interacts with buffs. It is not a buff itself. Boo. Yeah. I mean, like, it's good for balance that it doesn't let you do that, but it does feel bad. For sure. Okay, well, we're gonna do this. And I am actually going to permafrost it so that I can hold it till second turn if I needed to. Well, I didn't know that either. Weird. Yeah, so, like, it's easy to think that it would allow you to, because it's easy to think that double stack and dualism just double all numbers. That's not what it does, though. It specifically doubles all buffs and debuffs. So yeah, Propagate, like, it is not a buff or a debuff. It is specifically an effect. Spawn is the same way. Spawn is the weirder one, because Spawn creates a buff. Because Spawn creates troops, and Troop is a buff. Spawn is not, though. And so that's the one that, like, really weirds me out. But that is how it works. Definitely... Oh yeah, so it's Heaven Sealed. That's what we're doing. Okay. Also, I did kind of want to make another squad leader, but I really need to have things that I don't have. Oh yeah, there's a reason that I wanted to be not on top floor. Well, I might want to redo the start of this so that I don't have to... Okay, you know what? We're going to redo this. Because what I really don't want is I don't want to have 1,000 Scourge cards. We're still going to get Scourge cards, but we're going to have less of them. Realistically, I probably don't need the Avenger here, but we're still going to do it like that. Okay, so for you, let's make some dudes. Let's give everyone damage shields. Let's proliferate the shit out of them. I didn't use the Wind Blades, which is sad. Oh well, so be it. It does matter a lot less in this current environment, but still. Okay. So I do take the damage from this, but we're not letting enemies leak now, and that's an improvement. It's the reanimate guys that really fuck with me. Like, no surprise, they are among the most difficult enemies in this game. Okay, so we're gonna do that. And then we're going to move this one up here so we can get that kill. Although I probably shouldn't have done that. Well, alright, we're doing it anyways. But now I don't have a way to get melee weakness on this wave, and I probably need melee weakness on this wave. Yeah, no surprise. Well, so be it. I hate getting so many Scourge cards. And the Vengeful Shards, too, then just makes me angry. So, how do I want to do this? Only 2 waves remaining. Okay, so that doesn't kill you, but it gets close. And that does kill there. I think that's good enough. Good sap? Yeah. Like, this is why we're doing the sap, but I just wouldn't want to take any fire damage if I could avoid it. I mean, I took some from this battle already because of the Scourges, but... Alright, well, here we are. And poor Avenger finally died, but alright. Oh look, it's a Thane! Okay, so that gets the kills on this turn. And... I mean, it doesn't really matter. I'll do it for the sake of it. Yeah, look at him go! Yeah, that was pretty satisfying, I'm not gonna lie. We just got a lot of melee weakness on them. I could take another Everlasting Light, I'm not going to, it's fine. Moltres good, though I skip it all the time. Pox is a thing that exists. It mattered more slays. I mean, yes. That is why I did it. We have not done a very good job on that, since it's only at 51. Like, that's still not bad, but, like, it's way less than it could be. Don't have any Hymnus. Don't need to heal. Valor 2 is okay, but not really consequential. Fine. Enjoy costing less. I should be removing things. Okay. Okay. And I don't know what I want to do. I don't think I need this. Yeah, we want that. We want that. And now, we can either make squad leader number 3, which is something, or we make another gift box. I mean, I kind of want the squad leader. I do think this is better. So we're going to do that. Although my deck is weird. I also have very few artifacts. It is weird, like, with how many hours I've played a Monster Train 1. Unless you go specifically to Merchants of Trinkets in this game, you end up with so many less artifacts on average. Do you have full room for more squad leaders? I have room for one more. Okay, so... I wish I could fly Talos on this turn so that I could put something else in the Hall of Mirrors. Okay, so do we want to be on bottom floor so we can stop the Scourges? I think the answer is yes. Because, yeah, 1 extra capacity so long as I do it before Talos comes down. And then, like, with the 7-unit cap, again, I have 3 here, 2 with Talos, would bring it to 5, 6 with the phone guy, so I would have still had 1 more. Okay. Okay. So, let's get damage shields. I'm gonna do that now and not play this one and then just propagate there as well. They have a lot of sap, a lot of melee weakness, and yeah, here we are. Gonna take 1 damage, so boy, who cares? Yeah, I'll just do this rather than doing that. Just, I don't need to take the damage, I may as well avoid it. It's not going to matter how much corruption builds up, since I'm just going to be damage shielding my way to victory. Alright, and he'll attack for a whole bunch. And then we do most of Seraph's health. Unfortunately, I don't really need the cleaves. Well, I guess I can use a cleave. Although it maybe messes with my slays. I don't know. Mostly the things that were surviving were the reanimate things. Okay, and then unsurprisingly, we have the kill here. And look at us go. Kablam! How exciting. Cleave doesn't trigger the unit slay, does it? No. Because it's not the unit attacking, it is the spell. Which is why you've seen me avoid using it when I'm trying to get slays. It is based on the unit's attack, but it is not the unit attacking. As opposed to something like Eagle Heart, which does specifically say that the unit is attacking and therefore does trigger slays. Yeah, that's how it is. Alright, so all mirrors, Talos, Avenger in mid, and then all this happens as I try to get gunk out of my eye. That'd drive me crazy. And by gunk, I mean, I'm sure it's cat hair. I've been brushing her regularly, and it will never be enough. Yep, I thought I had too many cards in hand. Let's fix that so I don't waste something. Long hair or short hair? Long hair. As also immortalized by this very cute emote of her. Alright, so I have 9 cards. Let's do that. If I'm not using the Sanctuary this turn is a problem. Yeah, well, we want to do that. And I'd get to propagate anyways. I just not as good. Oh yeah, definitely never enough brushing then. Yep, it is just the way of things. I mean, I got out of the habit as well, but even getting back into the habit, she just has an endless supply of hair. It is just the way of her. Alright, we don't really need to take the damage. I don't really need to propagate, so let's do that. But we're pretty set already. We can do massive damage to Savagery and Entropy on turns when we need to. Yeah, Sap is annoying, but it's whatever. Yeah. Like, it's gonna take us a little bit of time to kill things, but we'll be alright. Especially because we have so much damage shields. Unfortunately, they do slow down my deck a fair bit. Yep, goes from 400 damage to 2,000. It's a lot. Oh, I'm sorry. We're actually doing this in a slightly different ordering. It's not quite as good as I want it to be, because I'm not going through both Taloses on the first move. But it's still worth it. Okay. And like, technically I could be doing the cleave. It doesn't really matter. Would you like more Titans or Divinity? Divinity by a wide margin. I think Titans are in a better spot than they have been, but I overall just think this battle is messy and has a number of design problems. Mostly, I just really hate that it is essentially a pyre check. Like, do you have enough HP? If so, you win. If not, then it can feel like it doesn't matter how strong your deck is. I don't know, just I've ranted about this in great detail on stream already, but I feel it doesn't give you enough meaningful things to draft around, and again, the fact that it is all about just direct damage means that it's essentially just a Pyre HP check. Like, there's no time limit on the fight, so you don't have, like, any pressure to scale up by a particular time. The waves are kind of an afterthought. They're not, like, really dangerous to you. I don't know. There's a lot of things. But I've ranted at length on that. Point is, I like Divinity more. Divinity's not like a perfect fight either by any means, but I like that it changes how you have to build your deck going from just fighting Seraph to fighting Divinity. And I don't feel that's the case going from Seraph to the Titans. Any deck that can beat the Seraph can probably beat the Titans as long as you have enough HP going into the fight. So, regardless, that was a run. It was pretty cute. And our streak continues. Ta-da. Eventually I'll get all the crowns. It would definitely help me get the crowns if I stopped doing random and I started just doing the clan combos we haven't done. Yeah, we're 27 of 180. Long way to go. I do like how this game makes Pyre health more valuable in general. I agree. I do think it's good for Pyre health to be more valuable. And I like the idea of Pyre health being important going into the Titans. That said, specifically how it is implemented, I don't like it. I didn't realize we'd beaten our damage shield record. I am not surprised we beat our melee weakness record. We can definitely do way more than that, but that's what we did for now. Also, I'm curious what our blade ended at. Yeah, not like crazy. It was okay. It was not the major part of our run. But it did some work for us. But yeah. Anyways, there we are for the night. I kind of want to keep going, but I do need to not only play this game and do other things with my life. So, we're going to stop there, which means it's the end of the week for me. I'll be back on Monday. Playing more Monster Train. Maybe we'll do the dimensional challenges like was talked about earlier in the stream, since I've still only done the first one to get Malika's Pyre Heart. But I should check them out. I didn't even do them during the testing period, so I know basically nothing about them. Anyways, thanks for hanging out, everyone. Have a nice weekend. I'll see you on Monday.